It's been okay so far. YouTube hasn't been kicking me out my stream. It's been nice. All right, looking good. Mr. YouTube, hello, hello. Alrighty, we are live. Good afternoon, folks, and welcome to Smudcast number 105. We are in part 4 of Why Ray is Not a Mary Sue by the Goldman. And with me as you see on your screens, is the LiteratureDevil. Hello, LiteratureDevil, how you doing?
Hello, doing fantastic.
Yeah, it's a pretty nice day. The markets went up and down in the morning. They're all cool now, and life is good. So, yeah.
It's a nice day perfect day. Perfect day to debunk some happiness.
That's what we do here, apparently. I don't know. Yes, this is what we do on this podcast. We just sort of take apart people's opinions, and I don't know if they watch us or not, but, we have a good time doing it. Well, we try to have a good time doing it, at least. But, yeah, I'm just impressed that everyone has been turning out day after day this entire week from Monday to Thursday to cover this video. I thought it would take much longer, but you guys have been really soldiering on, and I always appreciate that. So, whew. Yeah, so we are into The Last Jedi, one of our favorite topics, and we're more than halfway done, which is pretty great, because I thought The Last Jedi would have been a huge chunk, but he kept rambling on for the first hour of his video and started repeating himself, unfortunately, and I don't think you were here for that, so lucky you, yeah. But lots of projection, lots of headcanoning, lots of induction, and a strange line of logic we haven't quite heard before that implies if this happened, then she probably did this, and this probably happened, and that probably happened too. So,
Probablys and maybes, and she's totally not a Mary Sue, guys. If you don't call her Mary Sue, call her something else.
Yeah, he's had about 4 comments. I didn't write them down, but I just remember them because he was pretty much agreeing. And then he goes, but... It's like, it is Mary Sue, but... oh, that's not the best argument. Anyway, I think we're good to go. Volumes are looking good. Alrighty, let's get started.
So after all the guards are dead, Rey and Kylo have their talk and join sides and talk about who Rey's parents are. Rey finds out that her parents are not only dead, but were nobody. This breaks her. Even worse, just like in the previous movie, Rey knew this. She was the one who told Kylo.
I don't think she knew this in the first film. I really don't. Because
I thought she was waiting for them to return.
Yeah, she sort of gives up on it, but she didn't know that they were nobodies. That was the big question everyone had. Who is Rey? Where did she come from? How did she get her powers? So maybe he means like he gave up on waiting for her, or waiting for them. I don't know. We have to assume a lot with his comments.
They were nobody. This shows how strongly in denial she was about this fact. This is a huge flaw for a character to have. So how could she be in denial about it?
It's not a flaw.
Denial? That's not a flaw.
She believed they would come back. Then Orange Lady says, no, it's not going to happen. And then that plot line goes completely away. And that's it. It's gone. It never comes up again. She doesn't go back to Jakku.
She's not even really that broken about it. She's not really that broken up about it. She's kind of like a little piece of information that Kylo kind of gives her, and she starts to cry a little bit, and they fight, and then Rey beats him up, and then she leaves.
At the point of episode 7 where that happens, she just had this traumatic, weird waking dream from a lightsaber. So I think she was a bit more traumatized from that than Orange Lady saying, yeah, your parents aren't coming to get you. So, might have been one or the other. I'm not sure. Maybe a combination.
I mean, what else is new? She's been waiting for 10 years or so for them to come back? They still haven't? No. Oh, yeah. They're probably dead then.
Oh, yeah. That was another funny statement he made. I don't know if you remember hearing it, but she's had decades of combat experience, even though she was 11 or so.
Yeah, I remember that one. I think she's 19 in the movie. The character's canonically 19 in the movie.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
oh,
totally. Okay. Decades. Decades, guys. Decades.
Actually 9, but okay.
this. Imagine Luke in Return of the Jedi so strongly refusing to accept that Vader was his father that he doesn't even remotely acknowledge it. This is basically what Rey is going through, and at her mentally lowest point, she almost turns to the dark side. In The Rise of Skywalker,
Really? She almost accepts going with Kylo. It doesn't mean she accepts the dark side, though. Two different things.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like she's going to the dark side. People thought she wanted, or she should, because that's kind of how these people write characters. They can only write them as if. Same thing with all these other characters. Like they all seem like they're evil or anti-heroic, or they seem like they should, change to the dark side. That's what it seems like. And Rey's no exception.
You'd think that, but because she's a Mary Sue, it's never going to happen. So she's always good. So is that? I mean, we know that's part of the repertoire of the Mary Sue, but he doesn't believe that. So he's like, "Yeah, this was about to happen." You're like, really? Okay. I got to read some super chats. I totally forgot. Jake the Surgeon, I have the intense urge to make a long man response to this abomination and embarrassment of a video. Dude, that's why you're watching. You don't have to. We're doing it for you. It's the service we provide. Maybe not the most pleasant of services, but it is a service. And here's Joe Crazy. You thought I forgot. Show yourself, Pete. The tide has changed. Barbosa. Yes, he's referring to that Pete. Barbosa and Pete. Is that what's that pirate story from Disney? Pirates of the Caribbean?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Pirates of the Caribbean.
Okay. I'm assuming that's another Kingdom Hearts quote, but I don't know.
It's probably from 3, I think.
Oh, yeah? I have not kept up to date with all those films. They just never... The first one was cool, but I never caught up to date with all the... There's just so many. It's just not my bag. Pete from Steamboat Willie. Oh. Pete from the Goofy movie. What?
The best Pete. The best Pete is Steamboat Willie Pete.
Okay. Okay. I have no idea what I'm talking about. Who are these people? Anyway.
Skywalker, she tells Kylo that she really did want to take his hand. And hot take, but had Rey actually gone to the dark side here, I think this would have been 100 times more effective than Anakin's fall to the dark side. At this moment, Rey has
exactly?
100 times. Okay.
A galactic hero falling to the dark side. And then, what is Rey? This super special, awesome space force god going to the dark side? Why would she go to the dark side? How? For what reason? What's the most... Anakin's fall was far more profound. I mean, despite what you might think about the prequels, there was a lot more character growth. There's a lot more structure and build on the fall of Anakin Skywalker.
I'm trying to think of what he was saying before about the defeats, her need for family and all these things, and she already has one, like she's found her group of friends, and then suddenly she's going to join the enemy. I mean, that seems contradictory, unless he would argue that, no, now this is her new family, Kylo, and you're like, wait, why? They were just in a giant battle, and then they were fighting over a lightsaber. Or they're about to fight over a lightsaber. So, it's all up in the air for this sort of, where is she going? What does Kylo want? What's Kylo going to do? It's very inconsistent. And if you ever believe this was a good thing, like, well, it would make her less of a Mary Sue, yeah. But that's not what happened.
Reason to join Kylo. Rey is searching for a place in the galaxy, and Kylo is the first person to really offer her a place.
No, she's got all her friends.
Did you forget the previous movie and the movie before this part? Did you forget that part?
There's Finn, there's Leia, there's Poe that they never really met though, but the entire rebellion is with her.
Yeah, Leia just meets her first, she's a Mary Sue, so Leia meets her, gives her a hug. Han Solo accepts her. Leia accepts her. The rebellion the Resistance accepts her. Finn accepts her. Poe accepts her. All these other droids accept her. Chewbacca accepts her. Did you forget all about that? No, Kylo Ren is not the first guy to give her a place in the galaxy. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, I'm trying to make the argument for Kylo Ren, and I'm just like, why would she do this? There's no reason to do it, as far as I can see, aside from him telling her, "You're holding yourself back." It's like, well, for what? She's amazing. How much more amazing does she have to get?
So what do you think Kylo Ren is doing? Is negging her, just saying, "Oh yeah, I guess you look. I guess that dress is okay. Don't wear that dress again, okay?
You look so much better in black."
He's being Patrick Bateman. Don't wear that outfit again. Okay, wear a dress. Come on, you're much prettier than that.
Here's
That's the only way Kylo Ren is out winning here. Okay,
it's
the only
fashion
way.
sense. You're not cool enough, Ray. Okay.
I can show you the cool way.
Our lightsabers are red. Okay. That's so Skaven. Kingdom Hearts quote. Why did you do this? We were totally fine without a Kingdom Hearts quote. I don't know what happened. You have become the big gay Mickey. Bilbo Skyrunner. Yeah, I don't think that's a real quote. I'm sorry.
Bilbo Skyrunner. My favorite hero, Bilbo Skyrunner.
Yeah.
The best of the Skyrunner family.
Really taking it for the team there, Bilbo. Okay.
Not only Kylo is the only one who understands what Rey is going through on a deep level, and it doesn't hurt that Rey saw him shirtless like an hour ago. But even with all that, Rey resists him and they fight over the lightsaber.
And again, that scene is so funny because they're both pulling for the lightsaber, but the lightsaber's in one place and they're being pushed back. And I don't know what you think they'd be pulled together, like when you're both grabbing for something, you're sort of coming closer. You're not being pushed further away. So maybe.
They're both equally matched here, and it's supposed to be part of the sacred dyad of the Force, which kind of implies that they should be both prodigies, both on the same level of power in the Force. But again, that doesn't work because Kylo Ren has been trained. He's been trained not only by Luke Skywalker since I think childhood, but also Snoke. And he's at the full power this time. So how come Rey can beat him now? Because Rey, as you know, up until now, has had no training. Yeah, she was with Luke Skywalker for a little bit, but he didn't really teach her anything. That was kind of the point of everything. He didn't want to teach her anything, and he didn't teach her anything. He gave her like one or two lessons, and it was nothing really. He said, "Okay, sit down," and she sat down and broke the earth in half, and then she beat him up, and then she kind of left.
Yeah, the training with Luke was not really. Didn't amount to much aside from breathing. Like you learn to breathe and feel stuff. It's like great. So what? What is that? How does that help her in a combat role? Nothing. I can't think of anything.
And then she just kind of goes through forms. I guess. Well, I guess you could call them forms, even though they're probably self-taught because Luke doesn't teach her anything.
Well, what
and she just goes like this, swings around her sword and everything, and suddenly, I guess, it makes her better or something.
What does she actually need to learn from Luke to be good at? Like, what task does she need to perform to stop Kylo? Because she's beaten him already. It doesn't like if there was a need to get stronger to win, but she's already won in the previous film, and she's super powerful.
Yeah, there's nowhere to go. She's already awesome. She's already like it's like if Luke Skywalker had beaten Darth Vader in the first film, and then his challenge now is to defeat Darth Vader. It doesn't make any sense because Rey's challenge now is to defeat Kylo Ren. That's her challenge, and she already beat him. She already defeated the guy, so there's no real pressing issue to be caught here.
Yeah, she just wants to join, or she wants to bring Kylo over to the light side so they can stop Snoke. But then Snoke is killed, and you're like, oh, what does she want to do now? And Kylo says, no, join me, and she's like, no. She doesn't even say, come with me. She doesn't even say. It's like her plot just drops. Like she came here for a purpose, and then it's like, oh, we fought some Red Guards, and that I forgot why I'm here.
Those Red Guards are just kind of there for show, or they have really good insurance and they just kind of let themselves die.
According to the Goldman, because they were together, they were stronger because they're in close proximity, which doesn't make too much sense because Snoke overpowered her. So is Snoke like supremely powerful, and they're just sort of really powerful when they're together? I don't know. It doesn't. We don't know. We don't understand what's going on.
It's like the opposite of the rule of ninja, the ninja rule, where it's like if you find like 100 ninjas, they're all easily dispatched. we fight. We whittled it down to one ninja. Suddenly he's really, really powerful.
Yeah. Is that
There
the
we go.
Last Jedi? The Red Guard or the ninjas of Star Wars? They're pretty close, aside from force powers, but
So how come she wants to bring him over to the lights? Why does she care anyway? I mean, she wins, and then Kylo Ren apparently tells her that her parents are nobodies. Why does she believe him again? Like, for what reason does she think that he has this profound insight into Rey's particular parents?
yeah, there was that one thing she mentioned to Luke, saying Kylo Ren's going to bring back the dark side, and we need the Jedi to stop him. It's like, and then Luke says no, and then she goes, "Well, I'm going to go get Kylo." Then it's like, what? What?
And then Kylo Ren says, "Hey, your parents are nobody." Would you believe him? I wouldn't. He's been trying to kill me. He's a bad guy. He's part of the dark side, and he has no attachment to me. Like it'd be one thing if Kylo Ren were like, I don't know, my brother or something, or a cousin or something. Someone that would know more about me than anyone else. But as far as Rey is concerned, he's just some random guy. Like, yeah, Kylo Ren is the son of a galactic hero, but it doesn't mean he knows everything in the world.
Well,
Why would Kylo Ren, of all people, know anything about Rey's parents?
let's assume that's the truth. Okay, so Rey believes it to be true, and she felt it, whatever the crazy mirror vision was, and Kylo, says the same thing. What's her reason to stay with Kylo? Aside from her plot, like, I want to turn him good. Like, she could have stayed there, and that could have been the simplest argument. Like, oh, she's the girlfriend. I'm going to turn my bad boy into a good boy. I'm going to help him out. He's going to be a good boy next time. Like, it's this, something mentality like that. You're like, okay,
I can fix him.
Yeah, I can fix him. Something like that. It's like, okay, but she just forgets about it.
But there's no real reason why she would want to fix him. I mean, they had that little Skype call. Suddenly, that makes her want to fix him for some reason. Is that why?
I don't. It's just dropped so we could have another action scene, and then Luke has to do his thing for whatever. Oh god, it's such a mishmash.
Now, for those who say that Kylo should be able to pull the lightsaber to him because he's stronger than Rey, don't understand the dyad. In the Rise of
tell me this dyad. Okay, I have no idea what the dyad, because they don't tell us anything about the dyad. They say, hey, they're part of the dyad, and then just kind of leave it at that.
This is his default explanation. It's a dyad. It does everything. You don't get it. It's like, no, it's not in the goddamn film. That's why.
And nowhere is it in the film. They just call it the dyad. That's all they say. You're just part of the dyad now.
They could make episode 10 and just completely rewrite all the crap that came before. And this guy would be like, well, it wasn't really a dyad. It was the super other secret Sith Lord that was controlling Palpatine. I was like, oh, God.
Well, the only way this dyad can work then, if he's going to explain it, is that for some reason the dyad does not mean that they're equal in the Force. It means that for some reason Rey is just super special awesome for some reason.
Yeah, the dyad makes her stronger or something.
Somehow. She's just stronger for some reason. And if he's going to go with that whole, what that guy's name was, I forgot what his name was. But he argued that, it's the balancing of the Force. That it's just going to balance each other out. Like, if it doesn't matter how strong one side is or the other side is, the Force will balance each other out. So there can be like a legion of Sith on one end, and then like one 10-year-old Jedi. And then the 10-year-old Jedi will win because the Force balances itself out. Hopefully he's not going to do that. That'd be silly.
Yeah, that other diagram. Was that make stuff? I can't remember if that was John's video or not.
That was Freddie Prinze Jr. That's what it was. Freddie Prinze Jr.
Oh, that's ridiculous. Behind the scenes and just talking on a podcast.
Yeah.
I talk to
why train anyone at all?
It's just the will of the Force. It's just balance. Okay. It's like, okay.
And just because it came from George Lucas, it means it's automatically correct. Like, George Lucas, not the best writer in the world. He's written some really stupid things in the past. He has some good ideas.
Yeah.
Just because George Lucas came up with it doesn't mean like it's the end all be all and the best part to go with.
I
the
honestly
best direction to go.
Don't think George would say that. I think he'd allude to it, but he wouldn't actually write it down and make it into a film. I really don't. That would be the dumbest. Like, it literally means if you have 100 Sith and 1 Jedi, the Jedi is all the power of the Sith. You're like, what? That's silly. Here's That's So Skaven. We're reaching Olympic levels of reaching here. No. It's all dyad. It's not reaching. It's dyad. It's just Episode 9, the worst film of the Star Wars universe, explains the other 2 less bad films. That's how this wonderful trilogy works.
Skywalker, it is said that they are 2 people who are one in the Force. That means that when they are together, they are essentially one being in the Force. So it would make sense that they are both the same when it comes to strength level in the Force.
But that's silly. That's absolutely silly. Why? What's the use of training? So he kind of did go with that way. He kind of did go with that Freddie Prinze Jr. thing.
Then why does she beat him? Why does she keep beating him every time?
So the dyad does not mean just natural talent. It means that they will always be equal no matter what. So all Rey has to really do is just have Kylo Ren do all the work.
Okay, so what? That's
and
insane.
Then she gets stronger for some reason.
It's like Kylo's been training all his life, and then all of a sudden, Rey wakes up. Oh, I'm just as strong as some random guy I've never met. It's like, what?
I would like to point out that that none of this is actually in the movie.
No,
they don't mention this. They don't allude to it. It's just something that the Goldman is making up. That's silly. Definitely silly, and it contrasts with what we have learned already from the previous movies in Star Wars. That you need to learn, you need to train to get stronger in the Force. So, at the very best, okay, the dyad means that they're both equally talented in the Force. It's kind of like Avatar: Last Airbender. Like he's born talented because he's the Avatar. It's kind of like having a 2 Avatar thing. They're both equally talented in the Force, but trading should edge one out. It doesn't make any sense at all, going by what we have learned already in the canon and the lore of Star Wars, that because there's a mysterious dyad, guys, that they will always be equal no matter what the circumstances are. That Kylo Ren can just have trained his entire life in the Force, and then Rey can just do nothing in the Force, and then for some reason, because of the dyad, they'll be equal somehow. That's silly, and it's contrast and contrary to what we know already in the established canonical lore of Star Wars.
I'm gonna have to start writing these time indexes down when he says these things, because it's gonna be so simple to make a 10-second or a 20-second video of him contradicting himself over and over again. He said dyad so many times. Like, oh, okay, here we go.
This sounds like desperation to me. This sounds desperate. Like it really, really needs Rey to be a good character. So you get things like she's totally not a Mary Sue, guys, because even though she looks like a Mary Sue and has all the traits of a Mary Sue, she isn't a Mary Sue if we call her something else.
It's bizarre. I don't know how it's like he did not read his previous page of notes and just kept going and just kept going. And he did this for 2 hours. It's like, I can't believe, can you imagine like not editing your own work and just going, yeah, first draft, done.
Not a good idea.
No. Mark in 3D, this guide is so forced.
Very nice.
Jake the Surgeon, I'm the dyad and you got to deal with it. Oh, no.
I'm the dyad, and you have to deal with it. Like if they sit on EFAP, like it's an official guide. Like it's called an official guide. Like if we're watching movies wrong or something, like we need someone to guide us through the enigma that is this series. Well, he's not entirely wrong, but the fact is that if that is correct, if he's not entirely wrong, then we actually do need a guy to guide us through this convoluted series of events that had no explanations or foundations or anything.
Just think about that. He's trying to prove a negative, and he has a guide to do so. That's not how proving works. Someone who believes in something says, I'm going to make this argument. I have this evidence. I have this outcome. What do you think? As opposed to saying, someone wants to prove something, I just have to disprove that. And it'll take like 2 seconds or 2 minutes. If I have a good argument or evidence, it's very simple. But he's doing the opposite. It's I don't know. Why would someone do that, do you think?
It sounds like desperation to me. Fanboyism. Desperation.
It is pure fanboyism, yeah.
I tried to do this for Picard, and then I came to my senses. And like, okay, no, this is awful. This is terrible.
It's like, let's look at the evidence. Oh, the first episode, not bad. Second episode, Third episode, oh, okay, we're off the rails.
Like, it's totally good, guys. It's totally good. It's totally good. No, it's terrible.
Yeah.
It's terrible. It's awful. Picard is just awful.
The same. I just told you about the Lucifer comic I read, 2016.
Oh yeah.
I was like, okay, it's a different interpretation. Oh, fine. And they're like, it's a copy paste job of the old Lucifer comic. I'm like, ooh. So
yeah, I mean, anyone can fall for this. Anyone can be susceptible to this fanboyism. It's looking at it critically and getting out of it, and then looking at it from a clear point of view. That's the difference here. It's tough. Okay, so that's the easiest thing to do, which is why I don't blame people for falling for it, because it's you can fall into it. I fell into it with Picard. I really wanted Picard to be good, and I was overlooking all these errors and all these things, but when you look at it in a critical eye, it's terrible. Especially if you look at it in the perspective and the context of previously established Star Trek lore. It's just awful.
Here's an interesting super chat. Lord Yin. George is like Disney. Great ideas, not so great execution. Okay, I can agree with that.
Yes. That's exactly my main problem with the prequels. A lot of great ideas, very poor execution, unfortunately.
How many drafts of Star Wars in a highly tabled pro sci-fi writer worked on it? Well, he had his editors. We always talk about the two editors on the original Star Wars film, and the other two were just like, he was just happy that Star Wars did so well, and he was content to do the other two to finish off his trilogy. So no such effort from modern Lucasfilm. I don't know if, obviously it's Lucasfilm, but I don't know how the writer's room did their job, and there were any actual Star Wars lore masters, or whatever you want to call those guys, who know, this happened in this film, you can't do that. Lightsabers for the Sith are always red. Those sorts of art, like, they know the stuff. And I don't think that guy was in any of the rooms when JJ or Rian Johnson was writing these scripts, because they would have been like, no, you can't do that. No, it's like, this is not going to work.
And I wasn't here for most of this video, but I can just presume that most of his arguments have been just headcanon and things kind of plug up holes instead of proving that they were never holes to begin with.
He likes to mention the first hour of the film or the video was just like, raise an engineer. It's like, what? Like, wow. She went to school. Like,
where? Prove to me she's an engineer. How is she an engineer? She's a scrapper. She can take things apart. Doesn't mean she's an engineer.
It was the Uncle Unkar argument. You're like, oh, really? 2 seconds of video explains everything.
I hate that, because there's no indication. Okay, the only thing that can possibly even remotely indicate that Uncle Butt took her in as an apprentice is that the fact that his arm appeared for a few seconds in one flashback sequence, and then them meeting later on, like 10 years later or so, and then them having no conversation except for, here's your rations for this junk.
Yeah, he's just the dispensary guy.
That's it. There's no relation at all. You think they would have even if they hated each other, you would think there would be. There's a reason why love and hate are on the same, two sides of the same coin, and there's also a reason why complete indifference is not on that coin. Because if you like someone, if you hate someone, or if you love someone, it shows in your personality towards them. But when Ray meets Uncle Butt, there's nothing there. It's just, he's the business guy handing out rations for junk. That's it. There's no sign of any sort of intimacy there. No, definitely not romantic.
Well, but no relationship at all. There's nothing.
Nothing at all. Nothing at all. Not even like the slightest hint that she was his apprentice at one time.
It's pretty much if you go to the scrap heap to drop off some aluminum whatever, and you're wondering how much money you can get for it. That's the relationship. Maybe you do that a lot, but you don't have small talk. You don't talk to the guy, hey, how's it going? It's like, hey, I got stuff for you. Done. That's it. That's the relationship. Business. Anyway.
This is why the lightsaber never moves closer to one of them until it literally breaks. When they are together...
Okay. Or think of this. This is what Ryan wanted, so the whole thing would amount to one giant climax. Maybe, just maybe, that he was going for that. Because it would be kind of silly if it went to one other direction and then the hyperspeed ramming thing happened and then big explosion. No, it's more special if it breaks in two, exactly the same moments. Just happen to be exactly the same moments. A giant ship hyperspace ran into another giant ship, of course.
Happens because of Dyad. Okay, Smud.
Yeah.
It's Dyad. Ever seen that Family Guy episode where Lois is running for teacher council or something like that? And they keep asking her questions, and all she says is 9/11. 9/11. And everyone's just in awe. The Goldman is like, Dyad. Why is this? Dyad. That explains everything. Well, what's the Dyad? Not explained in the movies.
Here's Jake the Surgeon. Ray's character is so light, it feels like nothing at all. Nothing at all.
It's almost as if that character that Ray totally has doesn't exist at all.
What does plot need me to do, JJ? Ryan? Okay.
Oh, there it is. Our Master DX. Yeah, it was 9/11 was bad, and then everyone gasps and astonishment, and then every time Lois encounters another question, she just says 9/11, and then everyone just praises her for her sunningness and bravery. It's fantastic. Here it's Dyad. Dyad is good. Dyad.
Together, they share the same power. No matter how strong they are, no one is going to win this tug of war. So after the lightsaber breaks...
That is absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. How can you ever expect us to swallow this nonsense? As I said before, the Dyad implies that they should have even if I accepted the silly idea that this whole Dyad of the Force thing exists, and it's a thing, at the very least, it should be the same measure of raw talent. Talent can get you so far, and then there's training and expertise, which Kylo has an immense amount more than Rey does. So Kylo, despite the fact that they are both part of a dyad, Kylo should be beating her at every turn.
But he doesn't. He loses to her at every turn.
Which makes no sense, because even according to his argument, this makes no sense, because they should be evenly matched in every corner. But it's not. Rey always beats him. Rey always wins against Kylo. So it makes no sense. It would make sense, even if we accepted the dyad, it would make sense if he beat her every time, because he has training and she doesn't. But if they're supposed to be equal in the Force, it still doesn't make any sense, because she always wins. She always beats him. So either way you go, either interpretation, they're both equal in the Force here in raw talent, or for some stupid, idiotic reason, they are both equal in power no matter how much the other one trains and the other one doesn't. That's not even true, because Rey always wins.
I'm trying to think of this X-Men episode where they don't explain it, but they show Cyclops going up against his brother, but I don't think they know they're brothers, and Cyclops hits him with an optic blast, doesn't do anything to him, and then Vulcan hits him with whatever his ability is and doesn't do anything to Cyclops. I think it was Havoc. I think it was Havoc, yeah. And they sit there like, what the hell? Like, what's going on? And they start punching each other because they can't stop. Like, it's that sort of idea that they're equal, so nothing can stop them from each other. But it's not. Rey is just super powerful, and Kylo's like, what the hell?
Rey's just godlike, and they made that the dyad so that to lessen the title of Mary Sue that she had, and to imply that Kylo Ren is also as powerful, even though he isn't.
Here's Taker 610. Who are you? Rey. Rey what? Plut. Rey Plut. Oh, no.
Rey Plut. I'm pretty sure more people would have accepted Rey Plut than Rey.
Imagine that happened at the end of episode 9. How hilarious that would have been.
Rey Plut.
The only person she had. The guy who taught me engineering.
Yeah, she got her engineering degree from the University of Phoenix.
Some random guy giving her food at a junk heap. Like, okay. Andrew Clark. Dyad. Aptly applied directly to plot hole. Yeah, pretty much. Got a hold of the plot.
It's
Yeah,
just plot insulation.
Just diet. Just puts it anywhere.
That's all it is. It's just plot insulation.
Ray
Ray's
leaves
a Mary
and
Sue.
proceeds to help out with the Battle of Crate. Now, before I continue,
Okay, he skipped like an entire hole in the story. So
Yeah, just forget whatever else happens in that movie. That really has a huge impact on on her Mary Sue status.
yeah. So anyway, so the hyperspace ramming happens. They get blasted back. The lightsaber breaks. During this time, we don't see what happens, but apparently, she manages to get up before he does, pick up the pieces of a lightsaber, not tell anyone, somehow escape and down this entire broken ship. No one stops her without a lightsaber. She's just completely defenseless. Manages to find Snoke's ship, whatever the hell that is, wherever that is, commandeers it, despite all the security, the hangar bay, whatever shields or blast, whatever doors are closed, gets through that. Manages then to somehow hook up with the Millennium Falcon, either on space or in the atmosphere of Crate. We don't know how they communicate to Chewbacca or what's going on. This is while there's a giant war happening outside, and the big explosions and fighters blasting away.
Look if a terrorist walked into the White House, killed the president, and then walked outside, stole Air Force One, and left.
And then somehow she, docks with the Millennium Falcon, says hello to Chewie, just ditches the ship. This amazing Snoke's aircraft, which would have probably helped the combat. I don't know what she would have done, but maybe. And then instead of flying, she takes the turret position and then joins the battle on Crate.
Tell me again how they're supposed to be totally even in the Force, you guys. Tell me how that's supposed to be true. Because not looking good. That's his main argument as to why she's not a Mary Sue, because the dyad. That they're supposed to be equally matched. That's why she can beat Kylo Ren. And this it's just that we don't understand the dyad. But the way he explains it doesn't make any sense, because she wins, and they should be evenly matched.
Yeah.
Despite the fact that Kylo Ren has had a ton more training than she has.
And the scene he shows us is she takes a triple kill. Instantly on screen. It's like we never see Rey till here, and then boom, triple kill. You're like, whoa, what? Oh, they hate that ship. Yeah.
Kylo Ren doesn't do that. Kylo Ren never does anything like that. Where's Kylo Ren's cool moments?
He's got one, I think, in the TFA where he freezes the blaster bolt. That's pretty cool. I'm trying to think. What else?
They never was cool again.
Everything else is because dyad, right?
Dyad. Marsha.
Oh. Laparca 1138. Is Steven Seagal a Mary Sue? He's got some points. I don't think he is, though. He's one of those invincible dudes who he's got that, what is it, the clothesline neck chop that he does in all his films. And the guy goes like feet up in the air. Every person, doesn't matter how big they are, just feet up in the air, head to the floor, just boom.
Oh yeah, we forgot, Smut. Of course, Steven Seagal is not a Mary Sue. He's a man, remember? Because we're sexist, evil bigots or whatever.
Oh, right? Yeah, of course.
And we don't call men Mary Sues because they're men. Only women can be Mary Sues.
Those are fun films. I think until like the end of the '90s, and then all his films are horrible. I think it's hurt. I can't remember which film it is, but he gets actually shot and hurt. Like, oh my god!
What? He got hit?
I know. Like, what?
That never happens.
Something needs to be emphasized. Rey failed. Rey had two major goals in this movie, and
Did she fail though? Did she? She seemed to have totally forgotten her plot.
If you're going to say that she was trying to find her parents, that was not ever anything she was trying to do. It was stated that she was trying to do, but she just kind of forgot about that. During The Force Awakens, forgot about that during The Last Jedi. It was never something that she was really intent on doing. There was never a point where she's like, I need to go find my parents. Here's your lightsaber, Luke, I need to go find my parents. Or I'm off to go find my parents. It was never. Like, the only thing she's ever done in that regard would be to say, hey, I need to go back to Jakku so I can wait for my parents. But then she got convinced not to do that, and then she went on this adventure to kind of never went back to her parents again. That was kind of forgotten about.
The one,
Hopefully, it's not one of the failures that she made.
yeah. So she goes with the plan to go get Luke, and she has her other reasons she wants to know about herself and learn the Force, yada yada. Nothing comes of that really. So she decides to say, you know what? I'm going to go get Kylo. I've seen it in the Force. I can change him. Whatever. She makes the conscious decision to go do that. And then when she gets there, what happens? She forgets about it. Again, it's like, what are you trying to do? What do you want, Rey? What is wrong with you? Do you want to help Kylo or not? Do you want to get Luke or not? Like, what do you want to do? It's dropped because the plot needs to keep going. And we are to guess as to what she wants and how it goes. It's just constant, be cool, do thing here, and then go over there and do cool thing. The end.
She failed at. Goal 1 was to bring Luke back to the Resistance. She failed at that because
She could have beaten the crap out of him continuously and then dragged his unconscious body, but she didn't. We don't know why. We don't know why Mr. Wookiee didn't do that. We don't.
She really need to. She just beat him up and left.
Yeah, she just leaves. I'm gonna go help Kylo because you won't come with me. It's like you're stronger than him.
And no, Luke didn't let her win. She beat him up.
It's very strange. Like, I have full power over this scenario, but I'm not going to fulfill my plot. I'm going to go get a new plot. Okay, fine. You go get a new plot. I'm going to forget about that plot and then fly off in the crate and then lift some rocks. And you're like, what is going on? Like, what are you trying to do? It's a mess. Here's Jake the Surgeon. Rey couldn't convince the guy she hated to not be a bad man. And he says, nah, she failed, guys. Stop hating women. I don't know. If someone could tell me what the plot is during that last half of the movie, I'd love to know. Well, even the first half, because whatever Canto Bite was about.
Because it was you who convinced Luke to go back and help, not Rey.
Yeah, I agree. Why did this happen now? Why did
her main goal is to face down Kylo Ren and Snoke. That's her main goal, and she succeeded at both. It's just that Luke Skywalker was supposed to be a way to do that, or give her some knowledge to do that. So him going back to the Resistance wasn't really a big issue. It was mainly we need you to go back to defeat Snoke. That was the main goal. We need you to come back, help us defeat Snoke in the First Order, and then Rey just like kind of beat him up, left, killed Snoke, defeated Kylo Ren, and just kind of left. She won. She beat everybody. She didn't need Luke Skywalker. So she failed, but only because she learned that she was so powerful, she didn't really need Luke Skywalker in the first place. She just went over there and defeated everyone on her own. So did she fail? Yeah, I guess you could say technically on that front. But then she failed, and then her failure led her to a larger success. She ended up killing Snoke and facing down Kylo Ren. And winning, as I might remind you. She killed Snoke, or Snoke ended up dead, and then she beat up Kylo Ren, and then she got up before he did and kind of left. And that's it.
Yeah, she could have dragged Kylo's... She could have... Who knows what could have happened during that entire off-screen thing when Kylo was unconscious, and like anything could have happened. It's like, oh, she could have popped up on the Millennium Falcon with dragging Kylo unconscious. Like, what the hell?
Now, if she had left Luke there and then went off to go fight, Snoke and Kylo Ren on her own, and then lost miserably, like Luke Skywalker did in his second movie, then yeah, that would have been a failure. But it's not a failure because her main goal was to bring Luke Skywalker back to defeat the First Order. And then she just left him there and just defeated the First Order on her own. Not a failure.
And then her second goal was to bring Kylo back to the light side, which she
Was that her
obviously
goal?
failed at. How can
Was that her goal? Also, did she fail?
When did she try to do
succeeded. She didn't. She hadn't failed yet. I mean, she hasn't succeeded yet. Maybe it takes a little bit of time even from Mary Sue. But yeah, remember what happens in the third movie? And this came out recently, so it's not like this came out before the third movie. Third movie, Kylo Ren turns good and joins up with Rey.
because his mom died or something. I just don't know. I don't get it, the third movie at all.
So technically, she didn't succeed, but she didn't fail. Like she didn't succeed just yet. It's kind of like she started building. Her goal was to build a house, and she's like halfway through building a house in the second movie. She didn't succeed in building the house, but she didn't fail yet.
This is like running a race and going, I'm going to run another race halfway through this race. You just go off in another track field and you just start running. It's like, what's going on with this story? Was she trying to turn? We think she was trying to turn Kylo, but nothing. She never like tried to argue with him, or he was the one trying to convince her, and she's just sitting there like,
Pretty much. There's no real evidence. There's no like anything showing us that she is definitively trying to turn Kylo Ren to the light side. I still thought that she was going to go try to kill him or something, because it didn't seem all that important to her. She still saw him as an enemy. I thought her main goal was to still kill Snoke in the First Order. That's all I want. If she could turn him, sure, maybe, but that it didn't seem like a main goal to me.
I thought that she actually would have died because Snoke was like giving all this like, vision. Like he's so powerful. He's like, I see the striking true as he ignites his lightsaber. Like, okay, holy shit, he's gonna do it. Nope, another gotcha. I was like, okay, whatever.
People say Rey never fails when she literally fails at the only two goals she had in this entire movie. So yeah, Rey fails, which is not something
No.
Sue does.
No. That is a lie. Those are not her only two goals in the movie. Those are secondary or tertiary goals at best. Her main goal in the movie is to defeat the First Order and kill Snoke. Snoke ends up dead, and she defeats Kylo Ren. Those are not her main goals of the movie. Okay? No. And she didn't fail. Her main goal was to get Luke Skywalker back to defeat the First Order. She defeats the First Order on her own without Luke Skywalker. Never was stated as a main goal that she wanted to turn Kylo Ren to the good side.
The other issue is again another Deus Ex where they're having their conversation, they're fighting for the lightsaber, and then kablooey, everything blows up, and then she just escapes. It's like, did you want to keep talking to him? Did you want to take him with you? Like, what's happening? Like, it just jumps. Like, we just drop the plot and go somewhere else. You're like, okay, that was a waste of time.
This is headcanon. This is headcanon fixing flaws in the movie. It's not actually in the movie. It's just headcanon just plugging up holes.
It happened in TFA. You got Deus Ex, the Earth splitting issue. I don't know if she was going to kill him. I have no idea. But it doesn't matter because got to separate them. And same thing happened again. It's like Rian Johnson was like, oh, I'm not going to do anything special, but I will kill Snoke because who cares? It's like, oh, okay.
We see Rey as she's in the Falcon shooting down TIE fighters. And this is actually one aspect of this scene I really don't like. In this scene, Rey manages to shoot down like 10 TIE fighters rather easily.
I think I counted 21 in the air that she must have shot down for her to have that scene where she lands and does the rock lifting thing. I think
Can't wait for the excuse for this one.
I think it may have been like 27 or so because it's really hard to count all these TIE fighters in every shot. But she stops them all. There's no other air support. I think one of them is actually shot down to the sky before we even see the Millennium Falcons. That's by the turrets. But every other TIE fighter was defeated by the Millennium Falcon. Oh, here's a non-Vitae Rex. Assuming Rey did fail to turn Kylo to the light side, there's zero consequences for her failure. Luke's lightsaber is just magically fixed in The Rise of Skywalker.
Yeah, and keep in mind, Rise of Skywalker still counts because it was out after it came out way before this video was made. So you still have to take that into consideration. And yeah, how proper is it for Mary Sue to fail if you consider that a failure, which I do not, and then having no consequences for that failure? Obviously, no Mary Sue. That never happens to Mary Sue.
There has to be some personal choice or some accusation or some sort of defeatist attitude that happened, like, I screwed up, They have to go to a low part in the story and they have to get built back up by someone. Never happens. She feels lonely after she tells us, I've never felt so alone in my life. What happens? Boom. She gets comforted by Kylo instantly. There's no opportunity for her to do poorly.
That's another trait of Mary Sue, by the way. Does everyone likes her, including the bad guys? Everyone who doesn't like her, it's like relative to the character. So if you like her in some capacity, then you're either a good guy or at least redeemable. But if you don't like her, you are irredeemably evil, regardless of what side you're on. If you're not irredeemably evil, then you're at least in the wrong.
Yeah. Hey, Dunn, how's it going?
What's up?
Okay.
My Gigants and N-words and Ewoks.
Welcome to the circus. Welcome to the absolute circus.
Oh, yeah, I hear he's doing a lot of mental gymnastics. Oh, you're 48 minutes and you've only covered 3 minutes?
Yeah, we're doing okay. We're good.
Okay.
Let's keep going.
Like she's on. However, in the previous movie, there's a whole scene devoted to how hard it was for Finn to destroy 2 TIE fighters. Now, you could explain this away if you really wanted to. You could say that since there are more TIEs, the odds you hit one are greater. You could say that since Rey has the Force, she's naturally better at shooting, but I don't like to use the Force as an explanation for everything. It's one thing for her to be an already established melee weapon fighter.
You don't want to use the Force to explain everything away. Explain away why she's such a great fighter.
This whole episode, you've been doing this whole video.
Exactly. Why switch up your tactics now? The Force has been the explanation for everything else Rey can do, apparently. So why not just use this?
So it's
why does it do it now?
Coincidence that all the fighters just happen to die through Rey?
And also, she nails 3 at the same time.
They take on an army together. Chewie and her. One ship takes on like 20 to 20. I can't remember the exact number. It could be 14. It could be 27. I don't remember the video I made. It was a long time ago. She takes them all out.
I think it's like 4 TIE fighters. I think it's like 4 TIE fighters chase after her after she's shot like 4. So it's like 8.
Oh, no. They send them all after them. They send the entire fleet after her was it whose order? I can't remember if it was Kylo. It was, yeah. And in the shot, there's like at least 14, and you have to count the rest. But by the time she hits by the time she hits on the Millennium Falcon to go to lift the mountain, she's killed them all. They're done. There's nothing in the air. That's not the Force, guys. She's just really, really good at shooting things, and Chewie's also now a god at flying. I guess he always was for a ship he hasn't flown in years, but okay, all right.
And to have the Force enhance those abilities. But it's more than likely that she never used a turd before, and she manages to get a triple collateral here.
Oh, baby, a triple! Oh, yeah!
So I don't really like this aspect of Rey's skill set, but it doesn't really bother me that much. It's the only time she's ever even in the gunner seat of the Falcon anyway, so I can forgive it. So far...
I don't like it, therefore I can forgive it. Like, what? Well, excuse me? What kind of argument is this? Here's some evidence that completely disproves what I'm trying to talk about, but it's okay. This is not how argument works, guys. Steve is a nice guy. Yeah, he stabbed me in the back multiple times, but I can forgive him. He's still a nice guy.
No, it's not.
This is
like my house is broken. My roof is broken, but I can forgive it. I'm missing a wall. I can forgive it. How frickin' Christian of you.
Yeah, these are the moments where we just want to stop the video and just like there's no need to continue. This man is out of his mind. If you get stabbed, that's a bad thing. You can forgive the man, but it's still a bad thing. Okay? It's still a flaw. It's like hurting people is a bad thing, all right? The same with her being amazing at a turret gunnery.
Just a triple kill. That's just like
Yeah, then we have to
What,
describe Chewie being also an amazing pilot, and the both of them, working somehow to stop 20 or so TIE fighters. It's just like, okay, all right.
remember when Sharknado did that and we laughed our butts off? And he did it with freaking with a sword. And
Yeah, he throws the
three
sword.
sharks with a sword. That is a parody of movies, not just of action, stupid action movies.
Okay, another
And yet a triple kill is happening in this really serious, theme-filled space adventure thing.
I don't like it.
come
I can
on.
forgive it. It's like, okay, well, I don't like every other scene Ray is in. I don't neglect it. I just like it happened. There's a reason for it. All right, Rox's Uzi. That sounds interesting. Another Kingdom Hearts quote. Why are you guys giving me Kingdom? Like, what happened to chat? Why are we doing this? What do you guys?
Because I think they're trying to bully you into doing Kingdom Hearts.
Why is this a thing? Like, I don't like. It's not going to bother me. It's just stupid. It's like, what, do you have anything better to spend your money on? All right, I can read it. May our hearts be our guiding key, King Mickey. Yes, Mickey says this, and to be honest, he is pretty badass in Kingdom Hearts. Okay, that's actually not bad. All right, that's fine.
Yeah.
It's a good Kingdom Hearts quote. See, there's good. There's at least acceptable lines in Kingdom Hearts. It's not all crazy. Anyway, let's keep going.
This and Rey being able to speak to Wookiees are the only two skills that Rey has that I feel are a little absurd. Towards the end,
Okay, so again,
Little absurd.
he said the best argument for Rey being a Mary Sue was speaking to Wookiees. He did not repeat himself because forgiveness. I don't know. It's just like, dude, you're admitting to something, but you won't say, "Oh yeah, this is where she is a Mary Sue." You can't say that in your actual essay.
No, remember she has all the Mary Sue traits and all the Mary Sue elements, but she's not a Mary Sue if you call her something else.
Yeah.
Marisu?
of the battle, Rey manages to find out where the Resistance is trying to escape and lifts a bunch of rocks so they can leave the base.
Lifts a bunch of
just
rocks.
like every time Rey uses the Force, she gets called a Mary Sue here.
Look,
Yeah. She's still, even though she's
Find
already
out
been
what
with Luke
this is-
Skywalker, she still has no training. Like,
Is
Luke
trying
Skywalker
to
didn't teach her anything.
Escape and lifts a bunch of rocks so they can
That
leave the
CGI's
base.
terrible.
Now, just like every
That
time Rey
CGI is
uses the
terrible.
Force, she gets called a Mary.
okay, look at this scene. Look how big these rocks are.
She lives like half a mountain, and without training, nothing. She hasn't gone through any character growth. She hasn't gone through like any breakthroughs. She just arrives having not really changed any, and just lifts half a mountain after killing Snoke and beating up Kylo Ren and Luke Skywalker. So she's not a Mary Sue How?
And right after the scene, Finn goes to hug her, and she just goes to hug him, and the rocks just naturally fly in a nice orderly fashion to the sides. There's no like mental process or what. Nothing.
Effortlessly.
She just looks bored. She just looks bored.
It took what?
Daisy Ridley's bad acting, but
It took however long it took for Luke, like however long he trained with Yoda. It took him like running through the fields and learning all this wisdom and conditioning his body and his mind for those days or weeks or however long it was, until he can finally build up himself to fail at lifting the X-wing out of the swamp.
This is like, I don't know, 50, 100 like more than that. There's gonna be at least a few hundred objects that just
apparently failure the best teacher is, unless you're Rey, because then you're just automatically awesome because you never fail and you succeed at everything.
yeah,
okay.
no sense.
Here's Jake the Surgeon again. Would Rey replace Sora if she ever entered Kingdom Hearts? A good question for another time. Oh my God, you have to realize that Kingdom Hearts can't incorporate anything from Disney.
That is true. We could have Disney, Star Wars, and Kingdom Hearts. They've already added Pirates of the Caribbean.
Oh,
And
my
Marvel characters.
God. I'm just trying not to think. I'm just like, oh no.
Smut is broken.
I just think of oh my, oh. All right.
Kingdom Hearts was already broken, and now it's worse.
Well, I don't know why you guys keep talking about Kingdom Hearts. I think you're just teasing me or something. And we have another Kingdom Hearts quote. Punish Berserker. Wait a minute. Sora from Kingdom Hearts. Oh, yeah. Okay. That doesn't bother me, but all right. Yes, we're a little concerned with this video still. This is true. Anyway.
Sue here. So Rey lifts a bunch of rocks, and people instantly look back at Luke struggling to lift an X-Wing, and thus Rey is a Mary Sue.
Yes, that's pretty clear cut.
Comparison.
It's a very clear cut comparison. What is your argument, sir? Let's find out.
Just said earlier, Luke and Rey are very different. Luke struggled using the Force because he didn't believe in himself. He saw the X-Wing as being too large,
Luke wasn't
and
a Mary
therefore
Sue.
deep down felt he couldn't lift it, which is why he was...
Luke struggled and had to work his way up to the Force, where Rey was just handed things on a silver platter. Yeah, the big difference. Luke Skywalker was not a Mary Sue, and Rey was a Mary Sue. That's the big difference between the two characters.
Wasn't able to. Rey doesn't have that problem. All of her flaws relate to her parents and her place.
Those aren't flaws. Those are not flaws. Okay, they're not ever a detriment to her. They never stop her from achieving her goals. Nothing. It's just a minor emotional charge against her. My parents are gone. Boo hoo. My parents aren't here. My parents. She beats up Luke Skywalker, kills Snoke, beats up Kylo Ren, succeeds in everything she needs to do, plot wise and storyline wise. Her parents being missing, it might as well be her being bad at cooking. I mean, that's as far as it affects the plot. Okay, she might as well be bad at singing, and that's why she's miserable. She might as well be bad at cooking. She's bad at sewing or something.
This is another bad interpretation, I think, of John Truby. He's thinking like, oh, well, it must be a flaw that's stopping her from doing something, when every plot element in the story doesn't have this flaw affecting her doing anything.
Exactly. By the way, that's another trait of a Mary Sue, that people think that Mary Sues don't have flaws. They can. But usually, they're given flaws that don't matter. Because if they given flaws that did matter, then they'd be so imperfect. So usually your typical Mary Sue can have flaws like being clumsy, or they have flaws like implied flaws or told flaws, like they can't sing or they can't cook or something like that. It's a flaw that, yeah, I guess technically by default it is a flaw, but it doesn't matter because it doesn't bother them at all.
They're aggressive or they have nymphomania, but it doesn't affect the plot in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah,
exactly. Or it's cool or something.
We can reference the list of common Mary Sue traits. I think we actually said this previously. She may be flawed, but these are all informed flaws. This usually happens when the author is actively avoiding these common traits, but doesn't know how to do this realistically. This usually leads to flaws that never actually hinder the character to make her look bad.
Yeah, and her being totally sad over her parents hinders her in no way at all. You would think it would at least hold her back from learning the Force or tapping into the Force because she can't control her emotions. It doesn't at all. She doesn't hold her back in the slightest little bit. It doesn't prevent her from doing anything at all, in no shape or form. And that is a trait of the Mary Sue, where she may have flaws, but they're informed flaws, or they're at the very least non-plot relevant flaws. They don't hold her back from anything. Like if it would be, I would consider it maybe a flaw if her parents were discovering her parents were her goal, her passageway to learning the Force. Like if she couldn't use the Force at all, but gaining closure about her parents' fate would allow her to quiet her mind, and she would finally be able to use the Force. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't do that. It's just here's something to make it look like she has a flaw. So because she's waiting for her parents, or she's still looking for them or something, doesn't hinder her in the least. It's just informed. That's not a flaw.
Because our friend Ryan Johnson and J.J. Abrams are not very intelligent human beings.
Yeah. So here's a super chat from Andrew Clark. And he says to read the Purity Suit. I'm not going to read the whole thing. I'll just read the specific line on TV tropes. Let me just see where it is. They almost never have any flaws that actually affect them in a way that truly matters, usually going for endearing traits such as clumsiness or naivete, instead getting overloaded with overwhelmingly positive but largely passive traits like beauty or innocence. The character will usually be soft-spoken, have a pleasant voice, and be mild-mannered. And you can imagine the rest of this. It's one of the most famous of the Mary Sue archetypes. It's this simple, pure little girl, typical lady, this and that, but she's also amazing at, sword player. It's just like pick a thing that she has to do in the story, and she's the best at it.
I had a female character who had a lot of power, but I actually came up with an explanation. She has somebody inside of her head who is an expert in those things, and she often takes control of her body.
Oh.
But still, with physical activities like swordplay, the muscles are all wrong because she's a different height to the person was in her head before that person died.
See, that's what happens with Luke. She gets that little voice in his head at the end of episode 4 to what to do. It's like he's getting so much support from the world around him. It's not all Luke doing. He's amazing. He could stop Darth Vader. He can blow up the Death Star. Everything's perfect. No, he barely manages to get by. If it wasn't for Han Solo, he'd be dead. Here's Jake the Surgeon. Thank you, Jake. While the kind of rock she's lifting is hard to tell, it's safe to assume from the size of the rocks and the amount, it would be safe to assume it's at least that of a skyscraper, which can weigh up to 200,000 tons. I think that's a bit too much, but there's certainly at least you're talking about boulder-sized rocks, and there's about 100 of those, and there's half size of those. There's a bunch of man-sized rocks and all the other. You're not just picking up a number of sizable rocks. You're picking up all the dust, all the rocks falling apart. It's just this massive area, and she just picks it all up into the air, and she's going, oh, yeah, okay, yeah. Compared to Luke struggling. If it was just one rock, I'd be like, all right, she's strong. She doesn't know how to do multiple rocks or whatever. Because we have these in the lore of the EU, where there's these, I can't remember the meditation stones. They're about a ton each. And I think the strongest one was Yoda. He could lift 6 or 5. I think it was 5 at the same time. A ton.
It's Yoda. And that's Yoda.
That's Yoda, the strongest Force user we know of. She does a mountainside.
After 3 days.
With no training on how to lift stuff. But she's got some problem with her parents. It's just not focused on lifting rocks. It's what do you...
And, yeah, if... This might be kind of a false equivalence, but basically it would be if Randall Thor cleansed the taint on Sidene in book 1 instead of book 9.
Oh god. You're just a farm boy. What?
Imagine that.
Boof. What?
You're just a farm... No, I don't have to worry about going insane. I have fixed it for all time. That's the equivalent.
Yeah, although there could be
an entire
there could be an argument.
An entire Trolloc army.
Yeah, there could be an argument for fantasy, but we're talking about yes, this is a fantastical element in Star Wars, but we've seen it before, right? This is the first book of a big series, so there's plenty of times to develop a character. Yeah. Anyway, What a strange argument this man made.
Thankfully, it takes him a long time to actually develop his natural great powers. Thankfully. That's what makes it so satisfying, but yeah. He gets really powerful. Oh, hello, Mr. Voice.
Hello. You didn't think I'd miss one of these, did you? I've been on every one so far.
Yes, we know. You're consistent. Thank you very much.
I enjoy my own pain and suffering.
Okay.
Another torture session. And welcome to the circus, Voice.
Unlike Shiny, I haven't killed myself from this yet because I've decided death is too good for me.
Well,
awesome. That's the spirit.
He just made the argument that apparently Ray is not a Mary Sue because she doesn't have problems lifting rocks because her problems are with her parents. Whereas Luke's only problems were lifting rocks.
Okay. What did he say about the triple kill thing?
He doesn't like it, and he can forgive it.
Sorry, that was an intense slurpage of rum. Okay.
And then he summarized he summarized his saying the worst things in the movie are when Ray knows Wookiee and makes the triple kill. But we were told before the best argument for her being a Mary Sue is she knows Wookiee, but not that she makes a triple kill.
Okay. Sure.
Yeah, sure. Of course, yes. It makes sense.
Ray having an internal struggle with her parents, I don't get how that is a bigger struggle than lifting 1 million ton of rubble.
I don't think I've ever had a problem psychologically doing a physical task or something. It's like, I have so many problems.
Like I said, it would totally be a flaw if her emotional turmoil over the loss of her parents or something prevented her from actually achieving force powers. It prevented her from maintaining the confidence it took to fight this war, whatever it is, where she couldn't actually tap into the force, and she needed Luke Skywalker to help guide her to that force. But again, it doesn't do anything. It doesn't hold her back in any way. So no, it's not a flaw. It is something to add in so you can seem like she has a flaw, but she doesn't have one.
It's also something as a struggle that is never resolved. Now that I think about it, I don't know, is it really ever resolved across the trilogy? No character helps her overcome this hang-up she has with her family. It's just something that's picked up and dropped whenever the story requires, because it's the only thing that can make Ray feel despondent about anything.
It's a very strange reveal in episode 9, but it's not like it hurts her. She goes away because she thinks she can't deal with whatever to Octo.
The last thing about her parents we get is the reveal from Kylo that Palpatine had them killed, and she never has a hang-up about them ever again.
She mentions them briefly in her fight, but then it doesn't happen. This reveal was enough to trick Star Wars theory into thinking it was good, and he has since walked back on that.
All right, let's keep going.
I don't...
in the galaxy. She's confident in her ability to use the Force. And for those of you who say that what Rey lifted was too much, do you not remember when Yoda said size matters not?
Size matters not. Look at...
Yeah, but then Luke had to learn that. Okay, he had to learn to achieve that level where he can overcome his physical limitations. Rey didn't have to learn anything. She just was amazing already.
Wait a second. I remember in episode 2
because he's giving Luke a life lesson. He's trying. The whole point of the size matters not thing is that Luke doesn't understand this from the beginning. He needs to have this explained to him that it doesn't matter how big you are.
I seem to recall.
Rey never needs to learn this.
Yeah, I seem to recall in episode 2 the fight with what's his face when he even in episode 3 when Yoda's moving things around, he struggles. Yoda's like trying to pick up like heavy objects and throw them around. If size matters not, and Yoda's a master, why is he struggling?
A master of 900 years, mind you, and an X-wing is like I think the heaviest thing we've ever seen him lift. And what, an X-wing's got to weigh about the same as a semi-truck?
Well, there was that giant object that when Dooku was fighting Anakin and Obi-Wan, he had to move out of the way before it would have crushed him. There were all those senator seat things. But yeah, I think the X-Wing would have been the biggest, yeah. But Yoda struggled.
And also, it's like, size matters not. Yes, spirituality does matter, though. And Rey doesn't have any spirituality.
There's a reason why it takes practice. Whether they had temples and stuff, and take years and years of training to get a Jedi to achieve a level of at least knightship or Padawanhood or something like that. And then more and more and more study since then to become maybe a master someday. Is a reason why it takes years and years and years and years and years to achieve these levels, because it's not just something you can just snap your fingers and understand, like Rey did. What she did was unprecedented in the history of Star Wars, in any established canon.
Yep.
Me by my size, do you?
Now, this doesn't mean that Rey
Wait. So he was talking about his physical size, not the size of the object. Let's go back there.
size matters not.
Size matters not. Look at me. Judge me by my size, do you?
Now, this doesn't mean that Rey could have moved a moon if she believed she could, but the size of...
Wait. So he's admitting that size does matter.
Size does matter then.
Also, this is a 900-year-old Jedi Master in comparison to a girl that's had
No training.
2 days since she realized she even had the Force.
Also,
She doesn't know the size matters not life lesson because no one's had to teach it to her.
no one has taught her to it. No one has taught her anything. She has had no training up until this point. Even though she was with Luke Skywalker, he taught her nothing. She was already awesome. He's like, well, you're already awesome. Never mind then.
You know, my brain.
His argument is that size matters not. So her lifting half a mountain with no training whatsoever is perfectly fine, but she can't lift the moon or something. So if his argument holds up to water, like it holds water, and she could just reach out both hands and just smash two Star Destroyers together, that would be no problem then, according to his argument.
Here's Jake the Surgeon. Yoda stopped the same amount of rubble that Rey lifted in Clone Wars and struggled somewhat there. Yeah, we see Yoda throughout all the stories. Everyone's struggling to do these amazing feats. It's not easy.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure because it takes a lot of concentration. Like you have to lift this much stuff. It takes a lot of concentration. Sure, you can do it, but it takes a lot of concentration to do so. He's not saying that it's not. He's not saying that it's easy. He's not saying that if you get enough practice or you achieve a high enough level, it's going to be simple or almost effortless. It's going to require work. It's going to require concentration. But once you reach that level, you'll be able to do it at all. Because if you don't reach that level, you'll never be able to do it. It takes a level of practice and skill and being able to achieve that higher level in order to lift heavier things all at once. He's not saying it's impossible. He's saying that it is possible. He's not saying that it's easy, just that it's possible. With Rey, it's just easy. She might as well just be yawning. It's just half a mountain. Who cares?
Here's Rox's again. The reason why I sent the quote isn't for bullying, okay? It's just that the quotes you've read don't have the context, so it sounds stupid without context. I think every Kingdom Hearts quote, except for the Mickey one, has been pretty stupid, so it doesn't matter the context. Oh boy, there's too many characters in those games. They don't make too much sense. They do crazy stuff. It's too up in the air. Again, first game I actually enjoyed for a few hours. After that, I stopped and I never went back. But
if I remember that scene with Yoda correctly, wasn't it like he's saying, "Judge size matters not," because Luke Skywalker was thinking that I can't lift it out of the water. I'm not strong enough yet. He was thinking with his muscles, and he's like, "This crude matter doesn't work. It doesn't matter." It's about your spirituality. So he's saying that, he's a little guy. You're going to judge him as a little guy, like he can't pull that X-wing out of the water. And then he shows him that, no, look, it's possible. He might be small, but if you have enough power in the Force, you can do it.
Here's a wonderful correction to my pronunciation. Thank you, Onigia. Thank you, Onigia Jones. Rey is what happens if Neo jumped the next building the first time when No makes it the first time.
Oh yeah, I remember that. So because even Neo succeeded. I mean, even Neo failed and before he succeeded, because he had a mentor too. By the way, a mentor who taught him things. His name is Morpheus. So even in a nerd power fantasy like Matrix, where he becomes like the Jesus of that universe, he still failed first. Rey does not.
God. Yeah, because.
Yeah, it's
how come we point out like, oh, she's a Mary Sue. Oh, you're just sexist. Well, how come men can have to fail first before they succeed and women don't?
Yeah, the great thing about that is that you have all the information. Like he downloads all this stuff the night before. He's like, I know Kung Fu. And he starts fighting. And yeah, he does know Kung Fu, but he doesn't know it properly. He doesn't know what it means to fight or how to fight. He knows the move set. He knows the tactics, but he doesn't actually have tried to apply it. It's this whole other world of knowing things and actually doing the things you know. So experience really does matter. And
exactly.
also,
I mean, the clash between Neo and Morpheus in the first movie should have been like the clash between. That's how the Rey and Kylo Ren should have clashed. They both should have had the same amount of talent. They both downloaded the same skills, but the difference between them is that Morpheus had a lot more practice. He used those skills more as an agent or whatever he was. Neo just downloaded them, so he had natural talent, but he didn't have the skill or the expertise to go with it yet. That's why Morpheus could keep up with him and beat him. That's how it should have been. If you want to go with this whole dyad nonsense, that's how it should be between Kylo Ren and Rey. He should be dominating her at every turn, but he's not. He loses every single time.
The thing is the fact that Neo couldn't control the Matrix. He was just able to do cheap stuff.
he can manipulate and bend the rules and break some of them. Yeah, he had little control, and then he finally becomes Superman or Techno Superman, whatever you want to call it.
And the other two movies crap away everything and good about the first one.
Yeah, developing actual what was it? Telekinesis? What, I can't remember what a superpower he developed just because he could. It's like, oh, really? Okay. All right. Anyway, let's focus on one bad film.
Something does not matter as much as most people think it does. It's about believing in yourself, which is what Rey does. So given that this is...
Wait. So the Force is just, I believe I can use the Force, therefore I can move rocks with my mind?
So the Force is faith-based now?
Is my interpretation.
Because of the Eastern elements, I always thought the Force...
interpretation, guys.
Oh, yes, it's interpretation.
At least that's what my interpretation is.
I always thought it was like a... I always thought it was like a chi thing, where it's not about just having faith in chi. It was about practice. It was about balancing your mind, your body, and your spirit all together so that you can achieve greater things. Kind of like the whole monk thing. If you look at the monks, where the lower level monks, they can fight kung fu, but the higher level monks, they can actually use chi and everything. They explore this like in Samurai Jack and stuff, where the higher level monks can actually they can focus their chi and ring bells by just focusing their chi and firing it out of their hands or something. It's like that. But it takes concentration, takes a balancing of your mind, body, and soul. Is that faith-based? It's not. Basically, I guess you could say that's enlightenment based. The higher you can, the more you can unlock these higher degrees of thinking and understanding, the more powerful you become. That's why it takes years and years and years of thinking, thought, and meditation, and concentration to unlock these skills.
Here is Stryker. Neo used cheat codes. Okay. This is kind of similar to when we think of isekai genre, where we have someone being reborn into another world. The goddess comes down and grants them these amazingly triple S level skills like being able to identify any object in the world. Those we understand. That's a power fantasy with rules that are listed, and everyone sees this guy who's like a level 1 whatever adventurer, but he can defeat a dragon because he's got this cheat skill or whatever. That we understand. It goes, oh, it's a power fantasy. And people don't like the isekai genre because of that. It's too silly. It's too obvious. The drama's like, okay, he's going to meet some large-chested blonde elven chick, and she's like the princess of... It's always the same story over and over again. But we understand... We understand the story.
There's also no tension at all. It's another problem.
Yeah, the conflict is usually interpersonal as opposed to, is he going to survive or not survive? It's like, no, they're always going to come back if they do die. If not, they're never going to die. So we get that. We get the rules have been laid out, and yes, it's overpowered, but we get why they're overpowered. That's the fantasy. With Rey, we don't understand it. We don't know how to approach the genre, really, because they're inventing their own power fantasy world here of a character who's just a god out of nowhere. There are stories of characters who develop abilities like the X-Men, that abilities just manifest at puberty or what have you, and they don't know what to do. We have these stories, but we understand it because they come from the X-Men world. Everyone has this dormant gene that's lying in wait. But with Rey, what does it mean to have the Force awaken within you? What does it mean?
Another issue is the fact that...
Yeah, done.
Hello?
Oh, sorry. Another problem is that Rey's power is used directly to solve problems.
Yeah.
And usually with X-Men, it's the powers create more problems than they solve. Or they are the antagonists that need to be killed. Like when Wolverine is tasked by Charles Xavier to just kill this little kid who's nuking a bunch of towns with his powers because he's uncontrollable.
Whenever you do something fantastical, especially magic, you have to start putting down some rules, or else you don't know how these things work. Just because you've had, especially in an already established lore, and we've said this multiple times, this is why we have problems with this kind of story.
Of the Force, I don't see it as being ridiculous. And for the rest of the movie, Rey doesn't do anything else that warrants her being called a Mary Sue. She has one more Force bond with Kylo, has a brief conversation with Leia, and the movie ends, and we are done with The Last Jedi. Now, as I said before, The Last Jedi is the film where Rey appears the least. However, it is the last movie where Rey has her most screen time by far, which is actually the most amount of screen time a character has had in any Star Wars movie, even beating Han Solo in the movie titled after him. So there is no point in wasting your time any further. Let's start looking at the rise of Skywalker.
Obviously, I'd like to point out the fact that, she still has the most screen time in The Last Jedi out of everyone present in it by ratio.
That's also expected. It's a protagonist. You expect that to happen. That's pretty much a given. So
yeah, but I don't understand the point of the argument that she's in it for this. This is the film that she has the least amount of time in. Not only is that not a point, but it's not even accurate because she still has the most time in that film out of everyone.
And a major reason for that is because Rian Johnson's script's a mess, and he wanted to have 5 different plot lines.
I didn't realize Finn was only in the film for 18 minutes. I could have sworn he was in for longer, but then again, time stands still when we're at Canto Bight.
Time stands still when you're watching The Last Jedi. And just in general.
It's kind of at a snail's pace, and then you get to the really bad stuff, and it just feels like it's unending. Unfortunately, Gold is wrong. We will never be done with The Last Jedi because people like Gold exist and bring it up.
I think we always get blamed for talking about The Last Jedi. You always bring it up.
I was going to say, people like Jack.
They bring it up first. We bring it up first.
Well, people like Jack Saint and Patricia Taxon meme the idea that we can only keep talking about The Last Jedi. It's like we can't help ourselves. We have to keep talking about it. If people didn't say unfounded nonsense about the film and continue to, we'd never bring it up again.
Also,
But-
a big
But
problem is
these
like
people still exist.
by nature of this format, they bring it up first. We react to the people who bring it up first.
And then they go, God, are you still talking about The Last Jedi? It's like,
You brought it
yeah,
up first.
you started it.
Well, I'd rather talk about old films than cuties this year, so that's
Oh God!
we are not going anywhere near that. Okay. Anyway.
That would be $1,000 if you want us to cover that.
Oh, don't even put a price. Don't even think about that. Don't even joke about that. That's not even.
If you donate me $100, I will watch Cuties with anyone else who is also donated $100. It's $100 per person.
That's the gateway. It's the gateway mark.
Gateway.
Oh.
Well, unfortunately, I have to duck out for a little bit. I probably will be back before you finish this, considering how long these have been.
I know.
I'm back for just got to go for a little bit.
All right. We'll see you soon. All right, guys. We're at 35 minutes and 43 seconds. We can keep on going.
Let's do this.
Yeah, so exciting. Woo.
Now, in reality, I should just be able to excuse everything that Rey does in this movie by saying she's been training for a year.
I called it. I called it at the end of episode 3 of this, part 3 of this series. I called that this would be his argument, that Rey's had training now.
Also, another problem is Leia, they can't even get their own canon straight, where they said, oh, Leia had no training before TFA, and then they go back on it and say, oh, she had training, it's okay.
Yeah, I was going to say, first of all, it's Leia who quit her own training prematurely. And second of all, this is a year in comparison to how long did Anakin train for? 10?
Well-
He even got his butt whooped by Dooku.
10 and he still sucked?
It's pretty much his entire adult life, young adult, adolescent. Yeah, the whole time. Here is
Luke has, 1 year before Empire and then 3 years before Return of the Jedi?
yeah, and he's supposed to be Jedi Jesus or whatever. All right,
I forget the time frame for the original trilogy with Luke's training.
Jake the Surgeon, you get $5 from me to watch Cuties. That's not even funny. It's not even funny.
Where's the other 95?
Not even going to warrant that. Alex Halo, let's talk about ReZero and No Game, No Life instead. Let's not talk about those two, please. Okay. I don't know them intimately, but I don't want
I've
to.
never heard of those.
ReZero is like the dark side of Isekai, and No Game, No Life is like this most contrived way of solving problems because you have two gamer geniuses who are in a game world, and it's like, okay, whatever. Anyway.
Okay.
About constantly after The Last Jedi came out, that Rey didn't get any proper training from Luke, which makes everything she proceeds to do impossible. However, this point is incredibly hypocritical. If you look at Luke at the end of The Empire Strikes Back and at the beginning of Return of the Jedi, he is a completely different person in terms of his skill set. He is a far more accomplished Jedi in Return of the Jedi, but how did he get so much stronger? He definitely trained, but how? He has no master that could have trained him because it's heavily implied that between the two movies he didn't go back to Yoda. To the best of our knowledge, he didn't have any Jedi texts or anyone of any
But he does go back to Yoda.
He does, though, and second of all, he doesn't do anything in the film like lifting hundreds of tons of rubble or force healing people.
And Yoda says...
He doesn't force choke anyone.
No.
He doesn't shoot lightning out of his hands. He does force choke someone.
Right, that weird
Force
scene.
choke is probably minor.
I was going to say, the most we see force-wise that he does is mind trick someone, choke someone, and he jumps really high. Rey is fucking bringing people back from the brink of death.
Well, when Yoda dies, he says to him, your training will be done once you confront your father. or rather,
It's not
Darth
about-
Vader.
It's not about how much training each of them had. It's about how much training they have and how that relates to the power levels they're achieving in their respective films.
Yeah. So I guess the limit for Jedi, we're assuming Jedi means Jedi Knight, whatever that accumulates to. Like, we don't know. There's no context for that. But that is the level he's achieved at episode 6. And his last
these
task.
were the first movies. Also, these were the first movies. They set the standard.
Right.
Force knowledge teach him, so how did he get so much stronger? Well, people don't hold Luke to the same standard as Rey, so it doesn't matter. But Rey has the Jedi texts, and someone who may not be a Jedi master...
I don't think it's physically possible to match to Rey's standards. We don't know them.
This would be credible if Luke was doing things as amazing as Rey is, but like I said, he doesn't do anything as incredible as levitate or heal anyone or shoot lightning from his fingertips. That doesn't happen.
I don't think Leia taught her force heal. I really don't. So
it's all relative. It's all relative to how long they trained and what they're achieving. And Rey is not only training for a smaller amount of time than Luke did, we can assume, but she's achieving things far greater than he did in Return of the Jedi.
And let's remember, when she doesn't have training, she picks things up instantly, and then she has master level powers of that thing. So you could argue training for Rey is kind of pointless. The only thing
This is a very bad faith argument.
The only thing she can't do, aside from not finish the obstacle course for whatever purpose that was for, was communicate with the dead Jedi.
Kylo Ren touches the Vader mask.
Sorry?
He gets Tism because Kylo Ren touches the Vader mask, and that means something to Rey. I
guess. This movie is a mess. It's so hard to follow. The only implied thing was that she couldn't communicate to the dead or whatever. Like, she couldn't do it. But because the scene with Leia is so hard to follow because they couldn't work with an actress because obviously Carrie Fisher was gone. It's so hard to follow. It's like, what was she trying? Like, okay, like, well, here's your brother's lightsaber back. I have to earn it. It's like, no,
take it.
And she just gets it. Gets it back. 5 minutes later. Whole movie.
Jake the Surgeon.
The movie.
ReZero is overrated. Yeah, I didn't really get into it. Punish Berserker. Gold needs to change his name to Pyrite. Oh. The Pyrite Man.
He needs to change his name to Bronze.
Bronze? I think Pyrite's pretty cheap compared to Bronze. It's fool's gold.
Bronze has actual value.
What's Pyrite? Sorry, I don't know what that is.
Iron Pyrite is fool's gold.
Oh, very good, sir.
Yes, I liked it too.
Can it just be like cut up 2x4 spray painted yellow? Or is that not as catchy as Pyrite?
I like Pyrite personally. Anyway.
I like Iron Pyrite.
Pyrite.
But who had significant force training to help her out. Why is Rey a Mary Sue in this movie when Luke is not one in his movie?
Oh my god. How could you even ask that? Does he even know the definition?
No, we know he doesn't.
Well, no, he's using the Wikipedia one, and we can just reference it if we want, but it's as if he didn't... We know he referenced it. We know he quoted it. Like, it's not hard. Let me go find it.
Are you saying he's not consistent with things he says?
Yeah, this is just getting ridiculous. A generic name for a fictional character, blah, blah, blah. They may excel at tasks that should not be possible for them. Mary Sues are often an author's idealized or flawless self-insertion. They are so competent or perfect that this appears unrealistic for the world's setting. They may even upstage the protagonist of a fictional setting, such as by saving them. They may disregard previously established aspects of the fiction, such as characterizations and natural laws. They may also be praised for every other character in the work, especially by the antagonist of the work, regardless of whoever the Mary Sue characters are. Yada, yada, yada. Tell me how that explains or is a descriptor of Luke in episode
Also,
6.
I know I've made this point in, like, I'm pretty sure every episode, or at least almost every episode so far that we've covered on this, but the whataboutism thing, even if these arguments for Luke did stand, which they don't, the arguments against Luke being a Mary Sue, that doesn't make Rey not a Mary Sue. It just makes Luke 1 too. And that defeats the whole point of this video's goal, which is to prove how Rey is not a Mary Sue. If anything, this argument just says Rey is a Mary Sue, also Luke as well.
Yeah.
So please pick a better argument.
Please pick
because
an
this
argument.
one doesn't. This one doesn't achieve the goal that is laid out in the title of your video, Gold.
Well, because double standard. Yeah, there are 3 years between episodes 4 and 5, but it's not like Luke's training increased during this time, really. And even if the time difference did matter, there is no indication of exactly how much time passed in any of the Star Wars films besides Attack of the Clones.
It's
so
funny how much he'll infer for Rey, but nothing for Luke.
It's funny you pay attention to this. To
the amount of inference for Rey in The Force Awakens, and now he's using none of that for Luke. What happened to the whole inferring thing?
Oh yeah, why can't we start? If Rey is if Luke is a Mary Sue, yeah, start using the same techniques you used for Rey.
Talk about double standards, am I right, guys?
Techniques implies skill.
Yes, I'm being sassy in this episode. It's been fucking 9 hours of this bullshit.
Yeah, well, more than that.
To make The Rise of Skywalker take place 3 years after The Last Jedi, they could easily do that because there is no way we would know based off the movie. Now, as I said earlier, I could just use Rey training.
You're the king of it.
Yeah, just start making headcanon up and go, possibly Luke did this, possibly Luke also did that. But the thing is...
I'm going to infer that Luke met Ahsoka Tano for 2 years in between Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi, and that's why he's been able to train. I'm inferring that, which means you can't disprove me.
When Yoda says, in order to become a Jedi, your final thing you must do is go face Darth Vader, that means he's done everything he can do. He's learned everything he can learn. He's passed all the tests. And then I can say, well, possibly Luke learned how to jump really high. Possibly Luke learned how to, force pull or whatever.
Maybe the Force ghost of Alec Guinness has trained him.
Why not?
Why not?
At that point, it doesn't really matter who taught him. Yoda's saying it. He's like, listen, you know everything.
For a year, explain everything, but I will cover this movie the same way I covered the previous two. So let's begin. Rey's first scene in this movie is of her training, and the first thing she does in this scene is try to contact the voices of the Jedi before her.
If she was a Mary Sue, she'd have done it.
That's right, the first thing Rey does in this movie is fail at
something. Oh boy, yeah.
While she's floating in the air.
It's essentially just a very lazy we stick a pin in this for a payoff at the end. It's like, oh, I wonder what she's going to be able to do at the end of the movie. Could it be
she only does?
Oh my god, she did it!
Tries it once, and then she tries it once, and then she just gets it. It's just so satisfying.
It's kind of interesting. You're on your deathbed or whatever you want to call her at the end of the film, and there's just stuff like it's literally a Deus Ex moment where the ghosts of yesteryear come by and help you. You're back, Rey.
Because she's a Mary Sue.
Like if it's based off her skill, or she has to figure something out in her head, like a fault she has to deal with, a flaw. What's the flaw? What flaw did she have? What was the psychological, emotional connection she didn't have, or whatever? Like what?
It's probably her parents again.
Parents, yeah, it's her parents.
I hear bad acting.
Something. Rey feels a lot in this movie, but this is just the first thing.
Feels a lot in this movie. No. Feels a lot in this movie. How? Okay.
Contact the Jedi. Goes to Leia and tells her she will run the training course. She does some acrobatics that are nearly impossible for any regular person, but one thing that's really interesting here is that we get a hint towards Rey's darker side. She gets very frustrated and angry when trying to destroy the training ball. This is not how it's
happened. That's happened since Last Jedi and Force Awakens.
Jedi should poorly train. You know the Jedi code, the one that reads, "There is no emotion, there is peace.
This is not in the movie.
There is no ignorance, there is knowledge. There is no passion, there is serenity. There is no chaos, there is harmony. There is no death, there is the Force." Yeah, Rey represents none of this. She gets...
That's from KOTOR, I think. And as much as I like KOTOR...
Either way.
Yeah, as much as I like it, again, we have to argue on the movies, so...
really angry quick in this movie, which is another big flaw that she has, but it doesn't come...
So she's getting angry makes... What? How is getting angry give her a flaw? What is that stop? How does that stop her
What's wrong with
in the movie? She thought she blew up Chewie. It didn't happen. And even then, Chewie wasn't necessary to anything.
Sorry, did I die?
No, you're still here.
My computer went autism,
Oh yeah.
and I couldn't hear anyone, and the thing was just the video was playing.
Oh.
I didn't hear anything you said, but I'm sure it was very intellectual. Intelligible.
Here's Rox's Uzi. Fair enough, but I will tell you this: the gameplay is awesome, especially in Kingdom Hearts 2 and Kingdom Hearts 3. And for games, that's what matters the most. In games is the gameplay. Yes, I agree. You want your games to have good gameplay. This is true. Can't argue.
I would
against
also
that.
like them to have good stories that make sense, which is something Kingdom Hearts doesn't have, but it's fine.
If you want a big crazy smash up of characters from different franchises, play Kingdom Hearts. I guess you'll have a good
no idea
time.
what's going on. I have no idea what's going on in the story of Kingdom Hearts, and I don't think Square Enix do either.
No, it's just a mess.
I don't think that anybody truly knows what's going on in Kingdom Hearts.
No, they don't.
Even Just Right doesn't know, and he's a mega fan.
Oh, really? Oh, dear. Here's Lenny the Shark. Thank you, sir. Shark Tales quote, "Oh, hey, don't sweat it. A lot of whitefish can't do that." What?
It's referring to the Will Smith Fish movie from DreamWorks.
Oh.
Not good. It's very not good.
All right, let's keep going.
Big aspect of what a Mary Sue is. Rey's job is to protect the Resistance, and here she fails at that. Moving on, she fails at completing the training course and tells Leia that she is not feeling like herself and that she's tired. And Mary Sue would not fail at completing a training course, and,
Yes, they can.
and most certainly wouldn't get distracted or tired.
She gets tired. That's her reasoning.
She doesn't fail at the training course. She wins.
Well, she
What's
says
wrong
she
with
does,
you?
so we have to assume whatever happened is like we don't know the exact goal. Like she got the ribbon thing, and I thought that was part of it, but I don't know the exact. The whole point, like, because she wasn't good at meditating, she wanted to do something more physical, and that's why she did the course. So, whatever that represents, I don't know.
I like the fact that he has to point out every time Rey does something mildly wrong. Mary Sue would not get tired. She would not fail at contacting the dead.
Yeah, I'm quite sure people who are
If
Mary
you
Sue,
say
characters who are
so.
Mary Sue's can get tired. Yes, I'm quite sure about that.
Just get tired slower than other people.
From training. And then comes the first thing that Rey does, which represents the biggest flaw in this film. Rey hands Leia the lightsaber and tells her that she is not worthy of wielding the Skywalker lightsaber. This is Rey's flaw in this movie. She has no faith
It's not her flaw.
in herself that she can be the hope the galaxy needs. This ties directly into Rey being...
What? Did she ever say that? Does she ever want? Does anyone say that to her?
Also, this moment is made moot by the fact that 3 minutes later,
She
she
takes
gives
the
it
light.
back.
Someone who's very insecure. In the first 2 films, she was insecure about her parents, and now she's insecure about herself. Some people who love the
I
first
don't
2
think she's
sequel films
insecure
and
about
hate The
her
Rise of
parents, she's
Skywalker
just
look at
sad
this
they're
moment
not
as a
there.
regression for her character, which I completely disagree with. Let's look at everything from Rey's perspective. At the end of The Force
So,
Awakens, she was tasked
non-moment.
with bringing Luke Skywalker back so he can be the savior of the galaxy. However, Rey fails at this, so she goes to plan B, which is to try and bring Ben back to the light side. This also fails, so now she's thrusted into this role by default. She failed at bringing back that hope for the Resistance. She sees herself as nothing but a nobody scavenger. She can't contact the ghosts of the Jedi. She is struggling to complete her training course. She has trouble controlling her negative emotions, and she is injuring her friends because of her emotions. Why on earth would she feel worthy of taking on the Skywalker lightsaber? So I don't see this as a regression of her character at all. And to the
Okay, there was a
There was a lot to
boatload
unpack
of
there.
media.
Smud, you still there?
Non-moment.
I was just trying to.
Oh.
I was just lost. I was like trying to process that. Like, what the?
I think the first question I'd have is, why is Rey still involved at this point then?
He's making so many assumptions. I was just like, nope, doesn't happen. I was like, what?
Why does Rey remain with the Resistance then if all of this is true? I don't understand. If she's met someone who won't take up the mantle and save the galaxy, the person she thought she could redeem is irredeemable, and she has all these other hang-ups, why is she still involved?
Also, she is not hurting her friends. That's bullcrap. She doesn't hurt any of them.
Not on purpose anyway. She just fucking accidentally kills one of them, and well, she thinks she kills one of them
Because she had a shard.
weird
She,
moment.
she sharded out lightning.
I would have to rewatch this entire minute because I was just like, what? Did that happen in the movie?
Rewind. We'll take it bit by bit because that was like 2 minutes of expose.
nobody scavenger. She can't contact the ghosts of the Jedi. She is struggling to complete her training course. She has trouble controlling her negative emotions, and she is injuring her friends because of her emotions.
Is she? Is she injuring her friends?
No, and she's also not struggling with negative emotions. She never has. She never does.
She
Will.
just gets perpetually angry in this film for no reason.
Just gets really pissy in the Last Jedi fight where she screams impotently at the guy. It just
Why on
looks
earth
so ridiculous.
would she feel worthy of taking on the Skywalker lightsaber? So I don't see this as a
Yeah, but then she gets it back instantly because the scene doesn't have proper acting.
She doesn't like protest about
Pacing.
taking the lightsaber back. She just does it.
Or pacing.
I'm not worthy of your brother's saber, whatever. Gets it back.
It's one single beat that gets reversed, at most 5 minutes later. It's ridiculous.
Here's a super chat from Jake the Surgeon. I'm not going to use the EU, but let me use a quote from a game that was decanonized. Yeah, pretty much. It's a good quote. I mean, I love it. And there's also a dark side quote too, but I don't know why he referenced that. So we can't use that.
Yeah, peace is a lie through
something or other, whatever.
Gain power through power. I gain victory. Well, through passion, I gain power. Through
massive, I gain
power,
long. Through long, I gain McMuffins.
Yeah. Through power, my chains are broken. The force will set me free.
Something gay like that.
I'm a geek. I am kind of a geek that I actually know the full quote. I feel I'm a nerd. But I do like the Sith better than I like the Jedi. They're actually more fun.
Yeah, I'm just referencing that scene where she's returning the saber. I will earn your brother's saber one day, and then BB-8 chimes in, "No, you can't do it for me." Leia says, "Never underestimate a droid." "Yes, master." And the scene changes, and then she gets it back in the next scene. Like that's not like there's no consequence. I feel like I don't earn this thing, and then she gets it back, and you're like, okay, I guess it doesn't matter then.
Also, struggling to run the training course, just because she struggles one day doesn't mean she hasn't done it a dozen times already.
She's just off her game because of an external force, because Kylo is screwing around with her.
Through connections that, once again, we don't understand how they work. Why was the Vader mask necessary in order to do that? Because you remember, he goes to the Vader mask to touch it and interact with it in order to communicate with Rey and throw her off her little training montage. And I don't understand how that works. What's her connection to the Vader mask?
It was never a big deal.
Never will.
It was just an artifact. It never spoke to him. It never did. It was just there.
She doesn't struggle with the training course for any reason outside of that. It's simply an external force that she can't control that causes her to slip up.
There's so many things in this film that are pointless or meaningless. And he's trying to reference these dialogues as like, this is where, she's flawed. It's like, it's not a flaw if she can't complete a training course. What does the training course stop her from doing? What emotional turmoil? Like what psychological barriers you have to break in training course? Like what? The only thing that could possibly be relevant is the whole communicating to the dead thing. Here's Jake the Surgeon again. See, guys, she buried Anakin's lightsaber on a planet where his mom died, not a Mary Sue. Yeah. Again, what does that scene even mean? I still don't understand that scene.
It's nostalgia. Because J.J. Abrams has no other tools in his toolbox.
Just nostalgia? Yeah, I don't know. It's such a mess. Anyway, let's keep on. My mind, like, even watching the film, my mind is duh. And then I listen to this guy, I'm going, did that actually happen?
Regression of character at all. And to those who say Rey has no flaws, clearly don't see how troubled and insecure Rey is at the beginning of this movie. The next thing we see her do
Feelings
is
are not
reading
flaws.
Are they plot-related, like, hurdles that she can't overcome? I don't think so. Again, the obstacle course is just this thing on the side.
They never crop up that way.
Yeah, they're just there.
Mantra of Rise of Skywalker is quick fix, make it easy.
Yeah.
Jedi text at the end of The Last Jedi. This is important because it helps explain some of the things we see her do later on. Meanwhile,
okay, maybe. I mean, it's possible.
How does she read the stuff? How does she read it?
I mean, it would be nice.
I love the fact that she mentions, when it comes to the Jedi text, Exegol, because the word Exegol reminds her to go check the books so she can speak to Leia about it. But then she says there are ciphers in the book that she can't read. So how does she know that the book is talking about Exegol if she can't read it?
And also, like, this whole thing screws up the timeline because Luke knows, but based on this movie, Luke knew that Palpatine was alive. Did bugger all about it.
Yeah, I know.
And dragged Lando along with him. So why is he being a lazy, decrepit, stupid old hermit when he knows that the worst dictator the galaxy has ever seen, apart from possibly Emperor Vitiate, is still around and kicking? What word?
Vitiate? Who's that?
He's from Star Wars: The Old Republic.
Yeah.
Oh.
Anyway, I'm just trying to wrap my brain around how this scene where she referencing the books does not make her a Mary Sue. if the argument is she learned her skills from the books as opposed to Leia, I guess, but again, there's no like, yeah, maybe, but what's in the books? We have no idea. That, like, skills like flying, was flight in there? Like, what else was healing in there? Like, that would have been really great to know. And I think the Jedi, if they were going to be as amazing protectors of peace and order, would have had that skill as their number one skill to teach everyone. Forget combat. We'll have a race, or we'll have an entire fleet of Jedi healers. And they go around and they bring you people back from the dead. And they would be seen as like these miracle men or women running around.
Also, flight drastically enhances your abilities. And if you're floating with rocks flying around you, shoot them off like bullets. Stormtrooper armor does bugger all. You might as well.
Yeah, where's the pick up mountain skill? Like, where's that? That would be really helpful.
Also, like, why does she never use that throughout the thing? And, like, how does she not, like, why is she not lifting everybody up in the quicksand scene?
Yeah, she could lift up quicksand's really light compared to rocks.
I mean,
Just
she
lift up
moved
the
sand at the
people.
end of the movie.
Like, just how it should have ended made a joke about this. How it should have ended tore this thing apart in its parody. Just like, how on earth did they not think of this? These are basic things a bunch of schmucks on YouTube thought about.
Once you have a character that can do so many things, a lot of questions start popping up. And this is why Episode 9 didn't have to be a mess, but it still would have been a contextual mess based on the lore from Episode 8, because she can do all these things now. She's so powerful in telekinesis. Like, why would she even consider fighting hand to hand? What would be why even get close? Just smash someone with your mind.
Just break apart the stupid Force Skype fight.
Oh yeah, let's not get to that yet. Anyway.
Poe and Finn come back with the message about Palpatine, and they get into a small argument because Rey hasn't been helping out with Resistance missions. And Mary Sue definitely wouldn't sit back and let everyone else do the work.
Why not? What if Leia wanted her to, and she followed Leia's wishes?
What is your, like, definition here? How are you going to qualify this? These are just things you're making up.
She doesn't help out on missions, therefore she's not a Mary Sue. Like, what? She's training. That's a good thing. She's not a Mary Sue, but she's also not helping on missions because she's training makes her also not a Mary. Like, what?
I mean, no offense to you, Gold, but this whole obsessive need to go back to everything and be like, Mary Sue wouldn't do that, just seems like clutching at straws.
As well as pearl clutching.
That's same thing, really. Isn't it?
Grasping at straws, trying to find. Yeah, I see what you guys are saying. Yeah, Jake the Surgeon. I'm not going to use the. Oh, sorry.
Very good.
Reading the wrong one. Yeah, my YouTube chat. I have to use my other chat. The YouTube chat just broke on me. Rox Uzi. I agree the story is train wreck. I've played every game and loved all of them, but I have no idea what's going on. But that's kind of what makes it good. Oddly, you're talking about Kingdom Hearts, I hope.
Kingdom Hearts.
Okay. There's still people who want to talk about guys, wrong stream. I'm telling you right now. We don't care. Okay.
Okay. I will watch a playthrough and give you my thoughts. Happy? At some point. Once I have time.
I'm going to say right now, Kingdom Hearts sucks. Meet you on the battlefield, chat.
Yeah. Okay, we're 10 minutes done. We got 2/3 to go.
There was a Resistance-wide meeting about the return of Palpatine, and when Rey hears them mention Exegol, she remembers what she read in the Jedi texts and tells Leia she knows how to find the Wayfinder. Leia tells her that she shouldn't go, Rey disagrees, and then her and the crew prepare to leave for Pisana. Beforehand, however, when Rey says bye to Leia for the last time, Leia tells her to never be afraid of who she is. Now, a lot of people point to this line as evidence that she should have kept the name Palpatine. Now, this is...
Wait, what? When does this happen in the film? What?
I don't
What?
care. I'm just angry that she steals the name Skywalker. It would have been better if she had just no name.
This is
at
at the
all.
beginning of the movie. She doesn't know she's a Palpatine yet.
Sacred Jedi
Maybe he's referring to the end and putting things into context. I don't know.
Okay, trying to understand this film is hard enough. Trying to understand an explanation of the film within the context of whatever he's talking about is just I can't follow this guy anymore. It's like when you saw something and it didn't make sense to you, and now someone's explaining it to you, and you're like, "Did that happen? Where does this happen?" I have to pull up some random like a fan made script because the official script has not been released yet of watching the film. So someone actually just typed out all the dialogue and all the actions. I'm following that. It's so hard. So I apologize if we're going really slow here, but it's just plus with YouTube chat breaking
This
on.
movie's a mess. It's hard to piece it together.
All right. White Knight Leo, thank you. I worked really hard to prevent a character in the book I'm writing from being a Mary Sue, so it's disheartening to see people excusing shit like this. You know, a lot of power fantasies can delve into that, but if you know the basic rules, because I know you wanna get that character to do all the cool stuff, it's not hard. And it's when you write any character and you humanize them, you give them real flaws and their psychological hurdles they have to overcome, and you tie that into the plot, you're not going to have to worry about anything. You can make them as powerful as you want. Just don't say they pull powers out of their ass, then you're fine. So anyway, let's just I gotta rewind at least 5 seconds just to remember what he was talking about.
Bye to Leia for the last time. Leia tells her to never be afraid of who she is. Now, a lot of people point to this line as evidence that she should have kept the name Palpatine. Now, this is up to personal preference, but I disagree with this. I don't think Leia meant this in a way for Rey to embrace her being a Palpatine. I think it was more so her telling Rey that it doesn't matter who your grandfather is, which is also the theme of this movie.
Okay, if you want to be known as the worst guy in history, go for it. Probably not a good idea. It's like, I'm Ray Hitler. Oh, really? That's great. I mean, no one's going to like you after. Like, it's not a good name to have. This is not a wise argument. You know, naming.
What's your name? Ray Hitler. Oh, that's unfortunate.
It's kind of silly.
This really doesn't have to do with her being a Mary Sue, but it is a point I wanted to address because it does tie into her flaws. Right before they leave, there is
Her
this
flaw is that her grandfather is Palpatine.
That is not a flaw. That's actually a tick in the Mary Sue box because she is the granddaughter of the most powerful Sith Lord in the story.
Yeah.
This guy, okay, he obviously did not read John Truby or did not understand John Truby. And he's making stuff up.
Mm-hmm.
And all it would have taken is like 2 minutes. I would have referenced John Truby. Dude, go to the book on page whatever, this page, read that. If you can't read it, I'll read it for you and explain it to you. It's not hard. Anyway.
Was the video like playing still for everyone else? Because mine keeps acting up and you guys start talking, but the video keeps playing and I can't pause it.
I'm on 141.47.
Oh, it just crashed for me. I'll get it back up. It's fine.
Here is Jake the Surgeon. The deep themes of Disney supremacy in Kingdom Hearts is too great for you to understand. That's okay. Clearly, it's an allegory for Rey not being a Mary. Okay.
I know you're joking, but no.
All right, I'm gonna hit play and hopefully voice can follow along.
Small moment staring out into the fields. To me, I saw this as her being grateful that she can experience green because she did grow up in a desert, and when she first arrived on Takodana, she did mention how she didn't know there was that much green in the whole galaxy. It's a small moment that I really like because as someone who values gratitude tremendously, I respect people who are generally just...
What the hell is he talking about in relation to a Mary Sue? Please, I just totally lost him.
I don't know if I can do this.
She likes the green. Like, yeah, okay, what? Like, she has feelings.
Yeah, green's a nice color, I suppose. It's not as good as orange, but yeah.
I don't get it. Like, what, dude, what's your point?
Grateful people. Leave Ajan Kloss and the crew arrives on Pisana. When they first enter the large festival, Ray seems to be amazed by this. There are two specific moments that give us a look into Ray's character here. The first is when she sees a bunch of kids sitting around laughing at some sort of show that is going on. I think Ray envies these kids. Ray didn't have a childhood of happiness and joy, so seeing these kids so happy reminds her of her life on Jakku and how miserable she was.
No, it doesn't. There's no. What are people?
That is bull crap.
This is so much projecting. I just sit there like, no, you're wrong. This doesn't happen in the movie. You don't know the inner workings of someone's mind. There are ways to do that in stories where you know, based off previous examples, where this scene has happened before, you know what they're about to do, not what they're about to think. That would be like flashbacks or, you know, narration over like voiceover. Like we can stop this right now. This is complete bullshit. Like the whole thing is just nonsense so far.
No, we are stronger than this video, and we must finish it.
All right.
It just shows to me, even though she may have come to terms with her parents being no one, it still haunts her even a year after The Last Jedi.
How does it? She's watching a bunch of kids have a good time, and you're telling me it haunts her? What? How? Show me.
Next, some local comes up and gives Ray a necklace and proceeds to ask Ray what her family name is.
Does she look haunted in that scene? She seems okay.
She just she looked kind of bored.
She's walking around.
She always looks bored.
This is a very important moment for Ray because it ties into her decision at the end to take the name Skywalker.
What?
No, it doesn't. It's
getting a bunch of beads at like a Mardi Gras party makes her want to take the what? What is this guy even saying?
Nonsense.
Like, where is he coming from? I don't even know what he's talking about.
I'm going to talk about this more when I'm done discussing The Rise of Skywalker, because I feel it's more appropriate to discuss it at the end of the movie. But what I do want to say here is why this upsets Ray. The thing Ray wants the most...
Wait, she's upset now? When does this... Okay, I remember that scene. There's a big party. They walk down the hill. She sees a bunch of kids. The lady gives her some beads. And they proceed to, you know, get hunted by stormtroopers or whatever. And then, what's his face? Uncle Lando pops up.
Uncle Lando.
Yeah, that's the scene. I don't remember having
surprise. It was Lando in disguise.
I don't remember her having a bad time or feeling sad or reminiscent or melancholic or nothing. What is he talking about? Jake the Surgeon, I miss Wit and Folly. At least Wit and Folly referenced a book, and that's all she does, but at least she you know, could point to a page. This guy's inventing stuff. I'm like, where is this?
In these movies, belonging. In The Force Awakens and The Last Jedi, she felt that belonging was with her parents, so not having a family name reminds her that she never had that relationship with her parents that she wishes she had. This was at least my take on this scene. Again, this is just the story expanding on Rey's flaws, which, as I stated,
No.
There's
You
nothing.
literally just said it was your take.
There is nothing in this scene that shows conflict or remorse or memory or nothing. She's walking around. This is like basic world building. She's like walking around. Here's this happens and that happens, and that's it.
I sure hope no one force calls me and takes this necklace off my face.
That's at least conflict. That scene where the Kylo and her talk.
A Mary Sue would not lose a necklace like that.
Yeah,
Right, okay.
that's at least something, right?
numerous times in the video are fairly big flaws. Afterwards, we get the
This guy, like, what is he talking? I honestly am totally lost. If some guy was giving a presentation about what a character is and how they work in a story, I'd be like, dude, what are you even talking about?
What are you saying?
How is receiving a necklace a flaw, or looking at kids a flaw?
It depends how you look at the kids.
I guess.
You know, this might be terrible. That might actually be an interesting thing to explore in a book.
Yeah.
It'll be an interesting thing for Ray to struggle with.
Yeah.
Pedophilia.
All right. Let's grudgingly keep.
first force between Rey and Kylo. Nothing much is really accomplished during this scene, but what the characters say says a lot about
What
their
are you
bond.
talking about?
Remember how
Kylo gets a
earlier when I
necklace
first started
out of
talking
this.
about their bond, I
I've
mentioned how
returned.
it allows
Hey.
Yay, what? Yay, Liddy D. Liddy D is returned.
Liddy D.
I assumed that he destroyed you all with facts and logic while I was gone.
He went
Absolutely.
through 5
So
minutes
that's considered quitting.
of absolute not complete not. I don't even know what he's talking about. Like, does this even happen in the movie? I was like, I had to go online and start Googling the script. And like, does this happen?
Oh, come on, Spud Boy, come on. You're just mad because he defeated you with logic and well.
You clearly don't know.
He even
what
said
Ray's-
things that have nothing to do with anything.
Well-produced points and everything.
I just like this scene. It's like, what? I don't care what you like. Tell me if there is a Mary Sue or not. Oh. He talks about, she
Stays
walks
there,
down, there was that Burning Man scene with the freaking necklace, and she looks at the kids, and she's feeling remorseful because her childhood wasn't like this. I'm like, what? Where did this happen? Where are you going?
More headcanon stuff? So this is more headcanon then. That's what I missed. More headcanon.
I was
It's
like,
all headcanon.
referencing in the script, I'm looking at Control F, like, where is it? Kids, necklace, like nothing. There's nothing there. Oh my
I
god.
wonder if this video will end with "This has all just been my opinion."
No, he said that at the start, so that's yeah.
Or he might say it again at the end, just to emphasize.
Yeah.
That way we can't go after him. Oops.
However, which also I just chalk that up to call me wrong, I guess. I was like,
See, it's
okay,
it's
you
all my
are.
opinion, so that way you can criticize me.
All right, here's Jake the Surgeon. The flaw is that Rey wants Han's emo seed. That would at least make some sense. Like, yeah, it's Anyway, let's just yeah.
I hate these
them
people.
to deal each other. This scene is an example of that. Both Rey and Kylo are just taking jabs at each other's biggest weaknesses. Rey mentioned how Kylo is haunted by killing his father, and Kylo
Okay, that's true. Okay, does that happen? If it is, yeah, you're right. That would be one of Kylo's big weaknesses.
He says that this scene accomplishes very little, but Kylo gets the necklace out of this, which allows him to track them to Pisana somehow. Don't ask me the mechanics for that. It's just simply how it works, which is basically the subheader to this film. Don't ask me the mechanics. I don't know how it works.
nor do I really care at this point. I'm just watching this for the lulz.
I'm very checked out right now.
I'm just like, okay, so this is the dumbest thing I've ever seen in a Star Wars movie. This stupid Indiana Jones plot. It's not even good Indiana Jones.
All right. He at least made a point there. He was right in saying that is a flaw with Kylo, because he's haunted by his dad's death and he killed him, etc. And it's something that pops up very stupidly in this movie, but it does pop up. It is a thing.
It didn't seem haunted until this movie.
Yeah, I know. It's just like,
okay with
I'm gonna feel haunted now.
He seems pretty. He seems pretty okay with it. In The Last Jedi, he's like, you kill the past.
Yeah, that's his philosophy. He's accepted the fact, and all of a sudden, my dad, I killed my dad. Oh, God.
Asks Rey if she still counts the days since her parents left, and how there is so much pain and anger within her. Now, even though Rey does nothing here, Rey in this scene does not represent what a proper Mary Sue would do. Kylo is trying to get under her skin and distract her so we can find a clue to her whereabouts. By talking about her parents, this distracts Rey and she allows Kylo to get close enough to where he can steal the necklace from
She allows Kylo to use a stupid Deus Ex Machina that has never been ever done before in the history of Star Wars. Okay.
I'm pretty sure she was not on the lookout for Kylo reaching out and grabbing something that could identify her location. I'm pretty sure she wasn't expecting that.
And even if she were, how do you stop that? Like, how do you stop a force pull like that? It's a force grab necklace.
Steps back, I guess.
Force teleport. How do you stop force teleport?
You can't. It's just stupid. And as we know in this universe, stupid is unstoppable. The power of stupid compels you.
from her. Allowed herself to be manipulated, and now the location of her and her friends is revealed and their mission is at stake. And Mary Sue would not be so clumsy when talking to an enemy, and would definitely make sure no clues of her whereabouts were revealed. So this is just another example of Rey making mistakes and putting her friends in danger in this movie. Afterwards, she notifies her friends that Kylo knows where they are, and the First Order arrives. Then there's the Pisana spear chase, where Rey doesn't really do much. I mean, all she does is shoot a blaster at some stormtrooper.
Doesn't she kill everybody?
She blows one of them up.
Yeah, doesn't she kill them with a blaster while they're moving? So I'm going to turn around and shoot them. Okay, he's dead. She's a crack shot with a blaster. She's the best pilot in the universe. She's everything. She is all the Jedi and all the characters.
Like, I didn't even want to...
Considering she's been with the Resistance for like a year now, I would hope she has had some target practice with that thing. When the fight ends, she notices that...
Yeah.
Well, she didn't need practice in the Force, so why would she need practice with the gun?
She doesn't need practice with anything.
Remember the...
She's just awesome.
Remember the trailer? That was the thing? She pulls out the gun, the thing explodes in the sky.
Never underestimate droids. Whoa. Look up and go.
Jake the Surgeon. She kills the brainwashed, indoctrinated from birth soldiers. Yeah, I know. Fantastic. She's really... That whole scene with... Oh, God. They storm the ship and they just murder everyone they see.
Yep.
She has seen Ochi's ship before, and they manage to sink into some cave. Inside the cave, Rey finds the Sith dagger, and Rey notes how horrible...
Okay, that part's not a Mary Sue problem. That's just an idiot plot problem.
He skipped over a lot of bad writing scenes.
He did.
Like a lot.
We skipped quite a bit there.
Well, if we didn't do that, then it'd be too clear that she's Mary Sue.
Yeah.
It just happened to drop into this giant, obvious quicksand nest thing. And then
no one dies.
Drop into the exact place they need in order to find this.
Yeah, the sand is defying gravity. Everyone can breathe, no problem. They go exactly where they need to be. It's just so contrived. Because plot.
Things have happened with this. You'd think that if she could sense horrible things that happened with the dagger, that she would have sensed all the younglings that the Skywalker saber killed, but that's just a funny nitpick. Now the snake shows up and we get the first scene where Rey uses...
Pretty legit
Didn't
to
that
me.
pretty much happen in episode 7? She got scared of the saber? We don't know exactly why, but she was scared.
She was scared because she had an acid trip.
And then she never gets it again. It never bothers her ever again.
It's just BS. We're thinking about, and there's little things like that you notice, like Alec. They went through the effort of editing Alec Guinness's voice so that he said Rey, and they also had one actor,
Ewan McGregor.
Ewan McGregor come in and record some lines just for that vaccine because they were setting it up so that he would be her ancestor, and Daisy would even confirm this. It's utterly asinine.
Why would he be her ancestor?
I don't know. That's what they were thinking about doing in an effort to put Obi-Wan references in stupid flashback scenes.
Oh, I see.
is her forcing. Now, just like almost everything she does, people scream Mary Sue at this, so let's take a look. There are a few questions that Rey using this ability raises. First, how did she learn how to do this?
I don't think it's screaming. I do say it sternly, though.
Now, I really don't think it takes that much thinking to put two and two together that she learned it from the texts. Those texts and Leia are the only things she has to learn about the
sacred
Force.
Jedi text.
So,
Let me see if I get this straight. I found the ability to bring people back from the dead. Leia never cared about this. Luke never cared. No one, that might be important.
We should keep hold of this ability in case we need to use it in the future.
I'll never practice it. I'll never learn it. I'll never teach anyone it. I'll just,
Keep it.
She knew. Oh, this is so stupid.
And remember, this is a Jedi text that contains symbols or letters or something that she can't read.
This is also,
as she admits,
Luke's diary that he kept while he was trying to hunt down Darth Uchi or whatever the hell his name was.
Button Eyes.
Whether this is before or after Kylo runs off is never explained. Thank you, Ryan. Thank you, JJ, for getting one of the most hilarious train wrecks of a trilogy ever made.
So yeah,
makes
you're welcome.
perfect sense that she had learned that from the texts. And the other big question is that if Rey can use Force healing, then why didn't the Jedi of the past use it? And I could think of so many different answers.
Start with one. Give me one good one, sir. The best one you got.
Plot. Because J.J. Abrams has a bottomless butthole.
They need to give their enemies a fighting chance. That's why.
For this. A possible answer could be that not every Jedi can use every ability.
Yoda, a master at everything in the Force. Why?
Maybe not every Jedi can use every ability, but you would think one of them could, and you think one of them would have displayed that ability, and you think it would be a powerful ability. You need to be like a master to do. Rey is just doing it because.
You'd reckon that if they would teach certain Jedi specifically this power, and then send that Jedi out with another Jedi as like their medic. So let's say Obi-Wan learned this ability to heal, and they send him out with Mace Windu because Mace Windu doesn't, and he's more offensive, and therefore, you've got someone that can heal the other person if they get injured in the field of battle or the line of duty or what have you. You'd specialize if not every Jedi can learn every ability, then you'd specialize your Jedi for certain roles.
And they have Jedi just like that. They have those not emissaries. What are they called? Commissars or consulars or whatever. Yeah.
Consulars. Yeah.
There's the warriors.
Yeah, that's more like a diplomatic. That's a personal. That's a personal thing. That's not to do with their Force power.
Right. Yeah,
it's
but there are
their disposition.
There are Jedi who are focused purely on Force, purely on fighting, and then there's like a combination. Like there's There's multiple categories of teaching throughout an entire academy. I'm sure one teacher would be like, okay, we're going to teach you the most important lesson of all, how to bring people back from the dead. And everyone's like, what? You're crazy. It's like, no, this is a real thing. Not everyone can do it, so not everyone can learn it, but we're going to find out if you can do it. And they eventually get, like, I don't know, 3 guys, maybe?
But yeah, whoever can achieve this will give them a special rank.
Exactly.
That whole thing totally invalidates everything in episode 3. Like episode 3 has its own problems, but this just makes it even dumber, to be perfectly honest.
Are you saying that the fucking sequel trilogy don't think about the powers they introduce? How
Yes.
dare you?
Even if it wasn't like resurrection
That's
powers,
just your opinion.
I think healing powers would have been a pretty big thing. Like, maybe you can't heal decapitation, but maybe, a stab wound or something.
Yeah.
I know this is when you're just looking at the canon, but even if we were to just look at the films, you would ask yourself, why couldn't some of the other Jedi use the same skills that Yoda had? Another possible
Because he's Yoda, you twit.
Yeah, it's very, very bad move to compare other Jedi to Yoda, who is revered for being the strongest, the smartest, and the most powerful of the Jedi. You'd expect him to have a leg up against everyone else.
Like, remember that whole
Sort of
speech, like,
natural.
death is a part of life, you have to embrace this and that. It's like, or I could have his ability where I'll keep you alive.
Like in Taekwondo, you don't assume that everyone can do what the black belt can do. You sort of expect that, okay, this guy's kind of high ranking, he must know his shit. It's kind of normal to expect him to be like the person who can lead by example, knows what he's doing.
answer could be that maybe the other Jedi just didn't know this ability existed. The Jedi of the prequels were very strict in what they were taught, so maybe they never learned this ability, and only Luke discovered it after Return of the Jedi when he found some...
So you're trying to tell me the most important thing in the world, to heal people from destruction and death and dismemberment and whatever, and they went, yeah, this is too important. No one can learn this.
We're back to the inferring thing again, by the way.
Well, yes, I agree, but it's like, if this thing existed, they wouldn't have used it.
Or headcanon.
It's like the Sith saying, we have all these abilities. I can blow up a planet. I'm not going to use that.
No, I'm talking about like the basis of his argument. He's gone back to inferring, so he sort of just dips in and out of headcanon whenever it pleases him. So he won't try that for Luke because that damages his argument. But he will infer heavily for anything in defense of Rey.
Of the Jedi. The sequels do have a lot of new Force powers that we haven't seen before, so maybe the same could be said about those powers as well.
Okay, again, telekinesis, other things involving moving things with your mind aren't a stretch. It's new, and we go, oh yeah, cool, yeah, I could buy that. There is no reference. There is no other example I can think of being healed from a lightsaber wound to the chest.
Well, abdomen. He's probably gonna have some damage to his kidneys and his intestines.
I
guess
nothing comes close. There's nothing. I can't like cell division. We could talk about how the Force works with the midichlorians, but nothing else.
And my last possible answer would be that maybe the Jedi didn't want to teach this power to other Jedi.
Why?
The Jedi never saw death as something that should be avoided, that it was a natural part of life and should be embraced.
Okay, if you have the secret to solve death...
Well, it's not even that. What if you have a duty to protect someone as a Jedi and you are killed or badly injured so you can't fulfill that duty? Surely you're going to try and... If there was a way for you to be healed so you could continue your task that you find so special, surely you would do it.
And I'm not to say that they would use this thing. Maybe they do embrace death because they like natural life. Even then, if they lose an arm or something, what's wrong with healing that arm? Oh, well, they got technology. Well, they don't need technology. They have the Jedi way.
Well, then wasn't there a time in the prequels where Obi-Wan Kenobi got hurt and he got put in the back of a tank? Wasn't there a time in the prequels when I don't know, Anakin Skywalker got his arm chopped off and got a replacement arm? Why would they be opposed to then force healing?
So we could heal you, Anakin, but we've decided that's not the way of the Force. It's like, fucking what?
There's a force power that the force says, okay, I'll heal this wound for you because you know the technique, but the will of the force is not to do that for some reason. Okay.
I think you're thinking of when Luke Skywalker's in the Bacta tank. There is no isn't an example of the Bacta tank in the prequels.
I remember there was I remember something like with Obi-Wan Kenobi doing something like that.
Just floating in a stasis prison, but that's the closest that I can think of imagery-wise.
I do remember that Anakin Skywalker gets a robotic arm.
Yeah.
It's like the Generation 1, it's all like skeletal. It barely works. It's like, wow, that's great. Thanks, guys. Really helpful.
You did give me my arm back.
Here is Lancelot 652. My God, this guy will tie himself into a knot defending Rey. It's a lot of not defense as opposed to, well, maybe this happened. Perhaps this could have occurred. It's like, no.
But he only ever goes into that through line of logic when it's an attempt to defend Rey.
Yeah, you can make all sorts of much better inferences when you have actual evidence of things that are established. So, it's, yeah.
I
could see them not liking it.
Yeah, this is just like, oh, this is stupid.
This power because in a sense you are cheating death when you use it. So that is another valid explanation that makes sense to me. See what happens.
Doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any sense. Okay, that makes no sense.
In my brain, well, sir, your brain doesn't work very well.
You're jumping through hoops for this to make sense, but it really, really doesn't. Because this is really stretching to infer what the Jedi would see. But we don't get any explanation because not one single Jedi in the movie uses this force power. And you would think that this would be pretty advanced technique that would be used by masters. People who have spent their entire lives dedicated to the study of the force and expanding their minds. But Rey she can just use it.
And of course, there are other Jedi in the prequels that don't follow the rules of the Jedi to the letter. Mace Windu is one of them. Sifo Dyas was another.
Qui-Gon Jinn was another.
Yeah, there you go. You'd think if anyone would learn Force Heal, it'd be Qui-Gon Jinn, right? And he'd be like, hey, Obi-Wan, this is important. You're my apprentice. You should learn this.
Mm-hmm.
They made a big deal about... they didn't even have to make a big deal about Force Ghosts at the end of 3. And they did. Just to fill in the blanks for episode 4 and 5. Not for Force Healing.
Ounce of thought and imagination into a fantasy story. When something isn't explained that involves the magic system, ask yourself, is there a reasonable explanation that I can infer? Now, this isn't and shouldn't be the case for everything.
Oh, he wants to talk magic. Here we go.
But you didn't do this for Luke with your whataboutism. Why would you do this for Rey? Why should we listen to you when you do this for Rey?
What have you done in this whole video to make us think you're in any way, shape, or form credible?
Well, even if you wrote a fantasy novel or this or that with a magic system, if this is explanation, I would be like, you're a bad fantasy writer. You don't know what the hell you're talking about.
And it's like, no, bad. Stop it.
But I think it applies here. Also, those who don't criticize Baby Yoda for also being able to use it are just showing how much of a double
Don't care.
standard they have for Rey.
Criticize
the Baby Yoda thing. The Baby Yoda thing. Okay. But your double standard doesn't exist because you're defending Rey and not defending Luke. You don't apply the same standards to Rey that you apply to Luke. So, who has a double standard?
Also, have you seen Ephab? Ephab frickin' hates Baby Yoda and how contrived BS he is.
I will say one thing. I do enjoy the funny moments, and in terms of a marketing strategy, Baby Yoda is fucking genius. Like, we need something cute to sell as
Yeah,
toys.
we
It's like,
can-
oh my god, whoever came up with that hit gold.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
can.
that's how you get women involved. I mean, a lot of women like The Mandalorian, not because of Gina Carano, not because has it's stuff to the brim with women or anything like that. I like The Mandalorian because of The Mandalorian, because he's a tough guy, and they like Baby Yoda.
And they want to see the green little twerp.
We'll say
I
Anna does
like
not
Baby
like.
Yoda.
Anakin, well, admittedly, Anna doesn't like The Mandalorian very much. She couldn't watch past the first episode.
Oh, no, I don't
She's
mean
like,
Anna. I mean there have been women who do like The Mandalorian, and the stated reasons were because it's the tough guy Mandalorian who takes care of a baby that isn't his. That's part of it, and it's an element of it that isn't his. And then, of course, Baby Yoda. It's kind of like it's this whole thing where you have to add in more women for women to watch it. It's kind of like adding in more men instead of like taking away a bunch of women and putting in more men for men to watch something. Like, what's the main thing you would put in to draw men to something? Women. It's an age-old tactic. So yeah,
Get a look at women.
you get to look at women, guys. Yeah, I mean, but it is an age-old tactic. You want to draw men to something, you put in some beautiful women in there. You want to draw women, so it makes sense and logic. It's logical that you want to draw women to something. You put a tough masculine character as your main lead.
I'm going to be honest, The Mandalorian's my guilty pleasure, so...
I like it despite the fact that it's not very good.
Either way, completely unrelatable to this conversation. You can't use external sources, etc., etc. So anyway, let's go.
A baby who, to the best of our knowledge, has had no Jedi training, cause he's a baby. He not only uses the same power as Rey, but the other Force abilities as well. Why on earth is Baby Yoda not called a Mary
Don't
Sue
care. So
or a
what?
Gary Stew?
Yeah,
I've
we
heard
do.
some people say that those of
He's
Yoda's
defenseless.
species are naturally stronger with the Force, so this would make more sense. For one, there is nowhere in the canon that this is stated, so you cannot say it as a fact.
you're gonna go with that, are you?
There's a lot. Suddenly, we're back to stated canon now. Suddenly, we're being lost of vagaries. It's been like an hour and 47 minutes of maybes and probablys, and suddenly we have to go with established canon. No, we can infer that maybe Yoda's race is strong in the Force because Yoda was strong in the Force. Not only was Yoda strong in the Force, he was like one of the most powerful in the Force. So maybe we can infer that maybe Yoda's species is a little bit more talented in the Force because there have been instances in canon, in established Star Wars lore, that there are species that are just naturally more adept to the Force than others.
Hell,
That's
if
canon.
inferring is something we can do because he's been doing it for the last hour and a half, then that is totally fair to say.
Right, there's the female Yeti
So
or
the fact that
Yaddle.
Baby Yoda.
You are the last person to be making this argument right now, Gold.
Also, the fact that Yoda does it is also Baby Yoda does it is also really stupid.
Yeah.
But you have to keep in mind that Baby Yoda is defenseless. Like he can, like every time he uses that power, it kind of gets knocked down. Like it just overexerts him, and he just passes out. So it's not like a Rey situation where she can lift half a mountain at no cost, where she can heal people at no cost. When Baby Yoda lifts a rhino, he does it to save, in instance of great peril, to save the Mandalorian, and then he passes out from overexertion. And then other than that, he's just helpless. He's helpless with the Mandalorian.
Here is Mark in 3D. He's a Sith. He used Force Confused trademark. Yeah. I'm just tired.
This guy's brain cancer. Brain cancer.
It's judgery. And even if that were true, it still goes against all the training complaints that people address towards Rey. If Baby
No.
Yoda and Yoda are just natural,
You know how old Baby Yoda is, first of all?
He's 60, isn't he?
He's 50 years old.
Like 70 years.
How old is Rey again? Oh, yeah, like 20. He's 30 years older than she is.
19. She's like 20.
She's like 19, 20,
She's not
something
that
like that.
old.
Yeah, she's not that old.
We don't know
So-
anything about Baby Yoda's backstory.
Yeah, we don't know anything other than that everyone wants him because he's an anomaly. That's why they want to study him and cut him up and look into him because he's an anomaly. And because he's an anomaly, it makes sense that you would have a little bit more a leeway in terms of Force powers and things. Also, yeah, go back to the fact that he is 50 years old. We don't know what he's been doing or if he's able to learn things. Apparently, he can walk. He can hunt for food. So there could be somewhere in his past where he was taught some sort of force ability. And of course is the fact that it's very possible that his species is naturally adept in the force by nature.
I mean, you said it, you inferred it, so we must take it as truth.
Yeah, I mean, it's not even that big of a stretch. Mainly because it's canonical in Star Wars lore that there are species that are naturally adept in the Force. And because we have no idea or very little information on Yoda's species, it could be very well be a little factoid of information that they've added on to his species.
At the Force without training, then that would ruin the Force the same way that Rey supposedly ruined it. And why can't I make the same argument for Rey? She's the granddaughter of the most powerful Sith in the canon.
No, so doesn't work. Luke was the son, direct son of one of the most powerful Force users in the galaxy during the time of the original trilogy, and the son of a person who was born from the Force after the prequel trilogy came out. He still needs to learn stuff. Anakin even still needs to learn stuff. He needs training and mentorship. And keep in mind that Baby Yoda is not lifting mountains or anything. He's not shooting lightning out of his hands. He's lifted a rhino in a time of urgency to save his guardian, and after which he was knocked out. He was knocked unconscious. He was completely helpless afterwards. You can't make the same argument here. It's not one for one. It's different. It's only one for one if you remove all context.
Here is Rox Azuzi again. Okay, off the Kingdom Hearts stuff after the dumpster fire of these new movies. I think it's best just to leave Star Wars alone for good. We never needed new movies. We don't need them. I don't think that's ever a problem. I think that we want good stories, or storytelling at least. So once you start making a trilogy without a lead writer or a planned trilogy, you get problems like this. And there's other problems that cause lore discrepancies and filming more than you should. I don't know how directors can get away with spending millions of dollars and cut hours of film that doesn't get used. I don't know how that is done, but there's clearly a problem at Disney where they're like burning money.
Yeah. Their budgeting skills suck.
If you're spending close to $1 billion to make entertainment and you're not, you just give your writers and directors free reign, there's a problem.
She just be as powerful. This Baby Yoda example just shows how much of a double standard there
He's not arguing about Mary Sue. He's talking about the fandom or whatever. It's like, I don't care.
is for Rey, and it is so frustrating. But anyway, that is my take on Rey using the Force healing. Afterwards, they escape the cave and head towards Ochi's ship, and again, Rey decides to make decisions that put everyone else in harm's way.
Really? Such as? She's just walking away. Why is she walking? We don't even know what the hell she's doing. This is a scene for a trailer. That's all I get out of it. Does anyone know why she's walking into the desert?
The plot told her to.
Sense Kylo.
Hey, where? Well, look at that. You zoom in over there. Is that the script? There's the script.
She can sense Kylo, I guess. That's the only explanation I can think of.
It's just like there's so many scenes like this, and we're like, why is this happening? I don't know.
She senses that Kylo Ren is coming, so she gives Finn her staff and goes off into the middle of the desert.
Did you put that much emphasis in the word coming?
I really don't understand why Rey would do this. It's actually a pretty stupid thing to do.
Yes.
You know you're getting followed by the First Order. The galaxy is depending on you to find Exegol. You know your friends are not going to leave without you, so you're just putting everyone at risk. And you know what ends up happening? Chewie gets captured.
She's a Mary Sue. She was going to succeed. Chewie gets captured. They rescue him. Everything works out just fine. She's a Mary Sue.
No. The point is that this is not her being. There's no through line of logic that's flawed with Rey right here. This is just the writers want her out there, so they make her stupid, which is out of character for her.
They need this moment for the trailer. So, that's why she's doing this.
So she's stupid, therefore she's not a Mary Sue? What? She does a backflip and survives.
Like, she ends up beating Kylo Ren.
She does a backflip against a freaking spaceship and wins. And it's not even like a huge back. It's not like, she used force powers to jump really high. She just does a backflip. And she's running for, I don't know what the hell, like, just nothing makes sense. What is a running start going to do?
Because Rey decides to confront Kylo. This was really stupid on Rey's part. And again, she's letting her emotions take over rather than the logical thing to do.
What would be the logic? What? Where is she being emotional, and what is the logical thing to do, sir? Because if we're following your logic, I don't think we're going to have a clear answer. Here's Andrew Clark. The movie is written badly, so Rey isn't a Mary Sue. The whole thing sucks.
Mary Sue would not be in a badly written film.
No.
No, really? Really though?
Really?
Or Mary family wouldn't do something stupid like this that would put all her friends in danger. So Kylo comes and she chops up the TIE and he crashes. And just as I said earlier, Chewie gets captured and he's...
Look at this just crazy maneuver.
So Rey does something completely ridiculous, and I'm not going to talk about it because that would ruin my argument.
Pretty much.
He's not even going to comment on it. It's like it's right. Look at this ridiculous scene that happened to... Again, the trailer... they didn't even show this in the trailer because they cut it. But it's...
They had to put this in there. I mean, this would be really cool, but they play it like this is a part where she is summoning all of her training. This is the part where she's going to show us that what she's learned throughout the entire 3 movies. Except she hasn't learned anything. She has no training except for the little stint with Leia on the 3rd movie. A little too late by that time. She was already awesome. She didn't really need training. In fact, training could be arguably have made her worse. But usually this is the part where we have she's gone through training. She's gone through her first movie where she's a complete greenhorn. She's gone through a second movie where she's gone through the Yoda-esque trading style. And now in the 3rd movie, she's finally able to show us what she has, show us what she's learned with this incredible maneuver. But it doesn't work because she's already awesome. Like she's never there's nothing that's built up. It's just another awesome thing that you can do. No tension.
So how does Kylo not die after his TIE fighter blows up?
Also, what was the point of this? Like, was he going to run her over? Why don't you just shoot her instead of trying to run into her with a TIE fighter?
There's a lot of questions and high-paying people that are being told to figure this out and still can't, so...
I could write a better story than this, and I would accept a much smaller paycheck. It'd be like, about just like $500K. I'd be fine with $500K. That'd be...
I think grade schoolers could write a better story than this.
Monkey could have made a better movie.
Yeah, I know.
Chris Terrio isn't... Yeah, like, Chris Terrio of Justice League and Batman v Superman. This man is not a competent writer.
Just saying that makes me laugh. It's like, who are we gonna get for the biggest blockbuster franchise ever? The finale? Yeah, the last film. What are we gonna get? The guy who did Batman v Superman.
Oh no!
And where's Justice League? Justice League was way worse than Batman v Superman. Justice League makes Batman v Superman look competent by comparison. Oh my god.
Don't worry, we got to save this. We got the guy who wrote Justice League.
Yeah. He wants a scene where Rey does a backflip over a TIE fighter in the desert and wins. For some reason. We don't know why.
This movie's so stupid.
She's not a Mary Sue because she's dumb. I was like, what?
Yeah. Okay. So I actually a while back I heard kind of a nightmare scenario, but I'm interested to hear what you're thinking. For this guy, it was his dream scenario, but I'm wondering what y'all think. Abrams with Ryan directing with Ryan Johnson writing, how bad do you think that it would have been if that had been the case with Rise of Skywalker?
Catastrophically bad.
Probably pretty bad, yeah.
Well, I always like the comparison to Johnson's directing work on Breaking Bad. He wasn't the writer for that. So directing, I guess he does a decent job. I don't know. JJ is his own, he has his own taste and flavor and style for directing. But writing, these two guys, like, you wouldn't trust them with the page. Like, you wouldn't do it. So you can imagine the fight. I don't know if they're going to have a fight, but that might actually be a good thing if they argue. So, but no, I wouldn't even want to think about it.
In one of the... Now we are at the transport tug of war between Rey and Kylo. Rey is really strong with the Force now. She's had like a year of training, and she's with her dyad partner, which...
She's always been strong with the Force,
But
buddy.
she was always strong with the Force. She didn't need training. Training made her worse.
She picked up a mountain.
Dyad partner thing falls apart when you realize her partner is Kylo. So you saying Rey gets power because she's with Kylo, because Kylo is her partner, is the same the other way round. Kylo gets power by being with Rey, which means the difference in power levels doesn't change. Like, if I was 10% or even 50% more powerful than Smud, and in a room with Smud we both gain like twice as much power, I still have more power than him.
You're actually going to increase, because if you're just 50%, that means you're double now.
This
Yeah,
argument
exactly.
that it's like an amplifier or whatever is just, I don't know. How do you measure?
This whole video is just like a video for people who already liked Rey and were desperate for anything that tells them that she is not a Mary Sue. Because these are just terrible arguments. Here's probablys and some maybes and some headcanon to just plug up all the holes.
He's going through episode 9 seriously, okay?
Also, she's not a Mary Sue, guys, because, yeah, she is, but she's not a Mary Sue if you just call her something different.
But in this scene, I think she's stupid, therefore she's not a Mary. It's like, okay, yeah. The whole film is stupid. What do you want?
which means that her and Ben's power is even stronger. So do I think that it's
So now she's magically stronger again. She was strong before.
For some reason.
Now she's even stronger than Last Jedi. Okay, I just
like it's okay for her to be stronger now because she's had even if we accept that she has a year of training, it's suddenly okay that she's stronger than Kylo Ren and all that stuff because she had a year of training, completely disregarding the fact that he's argued previously that it doesn't matter that Kylo Ren had training. They're just a dyad. They're just going to be, strong together, no matter what happens.
I want to see what he hears.
Training works for Rey, but for some reason training does not work for Kylo Ren, even though he's had years and years and years of training, as opposed to her. At the most generous, maybe one.
I want to see what he says about her getting the lightning ability, and that makes her.
And remember,
What?
Sorry, like I said, if Rey gains power being around Kylo because they are a dyad, then Kylo gains power being around Rey, which means neither is now more or less powerful than each other. They have remained exactly the same. The numbers have just increased for both of them at the same rate.
In no scenario does any of his dyad arguments work, and on either side. So if it's the fact that they just measure out together, then Rey and Kylo should never be able to beat one another. It should be evenly matched in every single scenario. But if it's the talent thing, if it's just that the dyad means they're equally measured in talent, raw talent in the Force, then Kylo should still be beating her. So it's either evenly matched or Kylo Ren should be beating her. Neither scenario happens.
Realistic that she would transport like that. If she were by herself, then maybe, but since she's with Kylo Ren and her power is much stronger, I think it's perfectly reasonable. Remember,
What? That's not what you... Wait.
We're going off a false premise here. He's assuming we accept this little fact that has never been stated anywhere, that if they get in the same room together, they're suddenly more powerful because they just feed off each other. Where is that stated in any of the movies? Is it ever stated? Or is it that just
No, it's
headcanon?
like stated in Rise of Skywalker. He is pulling this out of his bunghole.
Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought, because all I remember in Rise of Skywalker was dyad this and dyad that. That's the only thing that they've mentioned was dyad. They just call him a dyad. They didn't explain what it was. They just call it a dyad. They didn't explain how it worked or how it functioned or how it connected them or anything like that, other than the Skype calls. That's it. So he's just going off the premise that we accept this as true, that if they get in the same room together, they're suddenly stronger, which has never been stated or supplemented or supported in any capacity.
This is a power that hasn't been seen in generations, so it's going to be really strong, which is why for the most part, the two are in an even tug of war. Now towards the end, Kylo starts to get the upper hand, and I see this as Rey mentally losing control. She sees that she's getting beat by Kylo, and this infuriates her, which inevitably leads her to shooting lightning at the transport and blowing it up.
Inevitably. Inevitably.
It was really going to happen. Yeah, of course.
You should have expected it. It's
It
obvious.
was always gonna happen.
Okay.
Oh crap!
So she has lightning powers. Kylo doesn't. Is this still a dyad, or is this like she's stronger now? Which one is it?
I guess she's stronger now. She's stronger now, I guess. But you know what else is awesome about this part? And this is another Mary Sue trait, by the way, where something actually does go wrong, but there's no consequences for it. Like Mary Sue does not receive consequences for it. And they blow up what seems to be the only transport there, and thinking Chewbacca's aboard. It blows up, and Chewbacca's alive. Apparently, there's another one that we never saw leave.
Why don't we, like, maybe we'll take a while to do something this long ever again? Like, do you think we'll cover anything this long ever again?
No,
Like, I'll have
no,
PTSD.
probably not.
'Cause I was thinking that we could probably do School of Movies Toxic Fandom video or Toxic Fandom podcast.
Is he dumber than this fellow?
It's about like I think it actually might be shorter. It's like somewhere around 2 hours.
I meant
hour and a half.
intelligence, not in terms of length.
It's actually it's worse. It's way worse.
It's worse?
Oh my god, is that possible?
This is the worst I've ever
Yes.
seen. This is so bad. This is a fanboy in his room for months going, well, Rey can't be a Mary Sue. Let me think about that. And he just starts typing and making references and inventing the narrative. And he keeps doing that over and over. This is, that's so Skaven. Just took a crap. I have...
It's only 2 hours.
Yeah.
But yes, it is worse. Where they actually talk about various levels of fandom, where it's just like going around a wheel of like disinterested, meh, passionate, secure love, and they actually say that we don't understand what the word secure love, like what secure love means. It's really frustrating.
Anyway.
It is, yeah.
Let me contemplate my future suffering later, okay? Just took a nap. I have Deidre? What the hell is Deidre? It did hurt Kylo. What are you guys like hurting yourself as well and you can't formulate proper sentences and I have to like understand you now? Oh boy. All right, let's keep going.
Basically let her fly here because she decided to make decisions that put everyone at risk, and she let her emotions get the better of her. Again, this is 100% something a Mary Sue would not do, but I do need to address her using the lightning in the first place. Now,
What's not something that Mary Sue would do?
Put people into precarious scenarios. You know what?
No, Mary Sue could do that.
You know what? I bet he's wrong, but I don't care. I just don't care.
Mary Sue would do what Rey did. They would accidentally explode this thing because what happens is that a Mary Sue can make a mistake like this. But how you know it's a Mary Sue is that there's no consequences for it.
Yeah.
Chewie's alive.
Nothing happens.
Nothing of consequence happens after this.
Every time he says something's 100%, or it's like, no, I'm just going to automatically guess he's wrong.
This is the universe bending to Ray's whim.
If it takes me less
Because it
than 10
needs to.
seconds to find out he's wrong, he's wrong.
Now this is a little key because I always had the assumption that this was only for Sith to use, but it makes sense that if someone did want to tap deep into their anger and their hatred, that they would accidentally use a dark side power.
Oh, because I rationalized it, therefore it's not a Sith power anymore. Sure, why not? Yeah, of course.
And considering
That doesn't matter because at what point will she have practiced doing this?
She literally has a power from the Force that came out of nowhere because she was angry or something. All to prove that she was, or to foreshadow she was Palpatine's granddaughter or whatever nonsense. Because she's Rey, who has powers that come out of nowhere naturally.
Rey has all the raw power in the world thanks to her dyad, I can see this making sense given the lore so far. However, I would understand if people really don't like this, so I'm not going to say it's a stupid complaint here, but I do think it is reasonable. After she destroys the transport, she is in shock and her and the crew...
Is he making a scorecard of every time he agrees? Like, he's been doing this at least 6 times now. Like, does he care? It's just...
No.
It's like whenever I find evidence that contradicts what I believe, I'm like, oh, I could be wrong. Let me just, maybe I got that incorrect. I don't care if I'm right or wrong. I just want evidence.
No, Smart, to admit you're wrong is to have your position weakened. We can't have that.
Yeah, I would have made a video or something. What does he call this? The official guide. Some self-appointed guru of the lore is going to explain to me what a bad writing character is, or what isn't a badly written character.
leave, basically proving my point that Rey confronting Kylo in the first place was stupid and couldn't have led to any good.
Okay, so she's a badly written character. That's great, thank you.
Rey is in shock, and she tells Finn that she had visions of her and Kylo on the Sith throne.
By the
This
way,
is very
if this is like JJ trying to like de-Mary Sue Rey, it's never good to like make your character look less of a Mary Sue by removing their brain from their skull. Like, see, she's not a Mary Sue. She's thick as fuck. It's like that. This does not make her character better.
Yeah, let's make her dumb. Let's make this story dumb. What a great way to tell a good story. By making it worse. It's things need to make sense. That's all you got to do. If things don't make sense, stop writing it. Fix it.
Stop it.
important because it helps the audience understand why Rey runs off to Ahch-To later. So after she talks to Finn, the crew regroups and decides to go to Kijimi. On Kijimi, Rey doesn't really have much to do. She just kicks some ass with her staff, but that's not much different than what she did in The Force Awakens. I don't really have anything to say. Obviously, she's much...
Wait.
She beats 5 guys up with a stick who have guns trained on her.
They all admire her after they nearly kill them. They're like, you're okay.
Yeah, she beat Zori Bliss, and all that motivation for Zori saying, hey, I'm going to kill Poe. She says, I want to see your brains in the snow to Poe. And then she says she'll turn Rey in because there's a bounty on her that can cover the debt she's in. And then she gets beaten up by Rey with her stick. And then because of that, she says she likes Rey and will not only not kill Poe and not turn Rey in, she will help them get to the droid smith and fulfill the plot. That sounds like wish fulfillment to me, which is a common trait within a Mary Sue.
Just easy problem solving.
When everyone likes a character, that is a good symbol or representation of a Mary Sue.
Mm-hmm.
More skilled at it. She's had a year of lightsaber training, so I think it makes sense that she is much better than where she was before. They wiped 3PO's mind and managed to
Okay,
get
what
the
does it say a
location
year?
of
Was
the
it in title
Wayfinder.
crawl or something?
Yeah, it's
What does it
pretty
say
much
like a year?
yeah.
What does it say a year has passed between The Last Jedi and The Rise of Skywalker? Is that title crawl?
I think
This is
so.
the thing. This is a flaw with the film. The idea that a year has passed is never brought up by the film
So where's he getting a year from?
because everyone says that meta-wise.
But it's not actually canon. It's just headcanon.
I think it's canon that it's a year, but the film never brings it up. So
I'm quite sure. Either I know it was in an interview, at least, because this question came up in an EFAP. Like this was a general question asked to everyone, and I remember because Mahler said like 5 years, I said 1 year, and et cetera, et cetera. And it came out, I think, during an interview with JJ.
yeah, I'm pretty sure it's canon that a year has passed, but yeah, there's no mention of that in the film at any point.
Right.
Okay, so I was making sure. It's like I never saw that. I don't remember seeing that in any part of the film, ever. That a year had passed.
Right.
Everyone said it's just a thing that everyone says.
Yeah,
So
they assume time has passed, and JJ just gives it a year because who cares?
However, one thing that Rey says here that really hits me hard. She asks 3PO what are the odds of them succeeding if they don't wipe his mind. This is the first time I believe anyone has asked the odds from 3PO, and it just shows how compassionate Rey is. This is why I think her using force healing is a natural extension of Rey's personality.
You mean the fact
because no one else in the entire history of the Jedi Order has ever been compassionate.
I'm gonna be honest, I do like this scene with 3PO. It's like the best part of the film, which makes it only like 98% garbage.
Because they had a legacy character in there. They can't sell you a new Star Wars than old Star Wars. It would have been better if they was like he was looking at Luke and Han and Leia. Hey, one last look at my friends. But no, he has to look at the trash characters.
Trash is actually a compliment.
This
Trash
is-
actually has some kind of personality.
And as we know, this is another trait of a Mary Sue. She's a friend to everyone.
Yeah, he tries to argue harder and harder and harder, but every time he points out something, it's even more proof that she's a Mary Sue.
Pile up after pile up after pile up. It's annoying.
Also, what is this? Like, how come this so hard to accept that she's a Mary Sue? Just accept it. Every time you defend, like, there's no defending her. The only way you can possibly defend her is by tossing away all objectivity, which is what some people have done. What is this? Why can't you just accept it? Just accept it. It's fine. It's okay to like a Mary Sue. It's okay to like a bad movie. Okay, it's okay. It's fine. It doesn't say that. It doesn't mean your taste is bad. It doesn't mean you have a horrible taste in movies or anything like that, or that you're in any way less intelligent than the average human being. Okay, it just means you like a bad movie. It doesn't. Nothing else. That's all it means.
All right, we got about 9 minutes left. How far have we been doing this? 3 hours and 11 minutes. All right. Let's just mosey on. Yeah.
The connection I wanted to emphasize. After they retrieved the info they needed on Kijimi, they head to the Star Destroyer to go rescue Chewbacca. Just a small thing, but I really wish when they were running around that Rey used her lightsaber. We never see Rey take out peasants with her lightsaber like we do with Luke and Anakin in their trilogies. Actually, the only people in the whole trilogy that she manages to kill with the lightsaber are the Praetorian Guards. She deflects the blaster shots of Palpatine's guards at the end, but she doesn't actively stab any of them with the lightsaber.
Only? You see, she only kills the most elite of the elite guards that protect Palpatine. Oh, okay. Is that all? She only killed like 20 SAS officers. Oh, is that all? She only killed 20 like Marines.
And she didn't have to get near them with the lightsaber to stab them. She just deflected all the bolts back in their face.
Yeah, she just stayed where she was, and she killed 20 elite people. Okay, was that all? Okay.
And also that stupid edit where it repeats the same fight moves.
Yeah.
Just the same thing we just barely saw, just from a slightly different angle.
Yeah, it was really funny when that was pointed out in that ER. Was it ER who did that? It was really good. It's like a second take.
No.
I think it was PSA Stitch.
Oh yeah, Stitch.
PSA Stitch.
Okay.
He's like, hey, wait a minute. She just killed those guys. Why she killed them twice?
JJ got a little lazy.
Saber.
I guess.
Anyway, They continue moving into the hall and they run into 2 stormtroopers. I don't know why they simply just didn't kill them, but Rey decides to spare their lives and use a Jedi mind trick on them.
Okay, so she's nice to...
Action itself is stupid.
Yeah, well, killing everyone was dumb to begin with, but why she does this, we don't know. And we could easily cherry pick and go, well, obviously she's nice to everyone, therefore she's It's like, it's stupid. It's a stupid scene on top of another. Like, it's pointless.
They kill these 2 stormtroopers in this giant hangar bay that's covered in windows and cameras, and they just walk straight out the ship and shoot them. It's like, oh my god, that would have blown your cover straight away.
She could have mind tricked them, those 2 guys at the beginning, play the whole hostage game, walk around, and they would totally do whatever she wanted.
Why didn't she do the mind trick with the first 2 guys?
Yeah, exactly.
To show up?
Exactly. Mind trick everyone else if she comes across, because she can do it. She's Rey. Mind trick every single person that comes in the hallway and just have her do all the work for her. She could hide in a room while they all go get the knife or whatever.
Yep.
If you had a problem with it in The Force Awakens, then you may forgive it here, considering she's had much more training since then, more so than Luke had before Return of the Jedi. So I don't see how you could argue that this is an example of her being a Mary.
Luke had training by one of the most powerful masters, one of the guys considered to be the wisest, most intelligent masters of Jedi history. Rey's master and mentor was Leia, who they magically gave Force training so that she could train Rey.
But it's Force training. She dropped her Force training prematurely because she had the whole vision with Kylo, so she didn't even finish.
Yeah, a master Jedi. Leia was not. So it's not equating Leia to Yoda is not nearly the same thing. Okay, they're not equal.
Also, Leia is technically a Jedi failure dropout.
She's a Jedi dropout.
She's a failure.
We're not
also, I like the fact that in the movie they had Leia and Luke fight each other with lightsabers, and she beat Luke. Like, Luke can't win anything. They can never have Luke win.
Well,
even in the movie that's supposedly giving the middle finger to Ryan, and they're still continuing the fact that Luke is a schmuck.
Unless
sucks.
Leia taught Rey how to survive in a vacuum and against solar radiation, it's like, okay, I mean, that's pretty godly, but other than that, what does she know? Aside from beating Luke down in that one flashback, yeah.
And apparently, like, Rian Johnson, right after The Last Jedi, said, no, she had no training, it was instinct.
Yeah.
It's just like, there's no plan! They have no idea.
Yeah.
People are stupid.
Here's Alex Halo.
And it makes him... Sorry.
That lightsaber can only be used on younglings. Yeah, I know. That horrible, horrible bloody weapon is like, yeah. No problem. Doesn't give her force visions of death and killing little kids. It's okay. She's good.
Sue, especially when compared to Luke in Return of the Jedi. So the crew proceeds to split up. Rey goes and looks for the dagger, and Finn and Poe go look for Chewie. Now there is something here that actually quite annoys me. Rey says she needs to find the dagger, and when Poe asks her why do they need the dagger, she just says she has a feeling. This is completely unnecessary. During 3PO's monologue on Kijimi, where he reveals the location of the Wayfinder, he straight up says on the southern shore, only this blade tells. Why couldn't Rey just say 3PO mentioned how only this blade tells, so that means we need the blade to find the dagger? I bring this up because I'm not a fan of when they say a feeling when a character needs to know information. I think it's a bit of a cop-out to just use the Force to explain this. This change would have made much more sense and made Rey seem less overpowered in my opinion. But regardless,
she is
OP throughout this whole frickin' series. She's a terrible character that has no good development.
She lifts
She has a few, like, intriguing ideas.
With zero training, sir. She defeats Kylo Ren with zero training. What?
Not even zero training, zero experience. The first time she held a lightsaber.
It
Just
makes her seem.
because
He's just
why?
realizing it now. It makes her seem a little OP. It's like, dude, do you know what you're arguing against? It's like, come on.
Regardless, she manages to find her way into Kylo's bedroom where she finds the dagger.
His bedroom, really? Okay.
That's the bedroom.
This is okay. I guess it is. I have no idea.
Hey, gang.
And
By the way, I'm gonna drop off because I'm feeling quite tired.
Yes, I don't blame you.
So best of luck. You've only got a few minutes to go. So I will speak to you all again next time, and hopefully we will finish this off. This monstrosity.
Yes, sir. Okay, voice. See you later.
So best of luck, guys. Take care.
All right, let's go.
This scene is actually pretty important. When she picks up the dagger, she hears the voices of her younger self and her parents.
Okay, so again, is this a thing she does or the dagger's doing to her? Which one is it? This is getting a little silly. Every time she picks up a weapon, it just starts talking to her.
It scares her early, and then the bond forms and Kylo shows up. Kylo tells her that he needed to push her in the desert so he can confirm to himself that she is a Palpatine. He tells her that he knows the rest of her story, and this really gets to Rey. It's been about a year since the events of The Last Jedi, and Rey probably had some time to come to terms with the realization that her parents are no one and are dead. However, when Kylo tells her that he knows the rest of her story, it opens up a can of worms that Rey doesn't want opened.
To keep you safe. You remember more than you say.
This is like if you had a traumatic experience in your life and you had time to cope with what happened, but then a few years later, new information is revealed that changes everything. It's not a pleasant experience because it would remind you of the pain of that traumatic experience. This is what Rey is going through during this scene. Kylo starts to tell her that her parents chose to be no one because they wanted to keep her safe. Imagine the guilt that Rey must feel here.
Why does she feel guilty? What would she be guilty of?
Why?
What did she do?
Her parents did, I guess, survivor's guilt. Technically, I'm playing stupid's advocate here, but it's basically just, like her parents wanted to protect her, and so she says, "Oh, my parents love me so much that they decided to protect me, and they died because they were protecting me." I guess that's the reason.
Is that survivor's guilt? Like what?
Stupid.
All right. I
They
mean,
died because of me. I don't know. So stupid.
you could just say it's a touchy subject, and she's angry because he's talking about it, and that's fine. You can't start deducing, oh well, clearly this has happened because of her love for her non-existent mom and dad, or this or that. It's like, no, we don't know the story behind that.
She can't even remember.
Probably hated her parents for the past year for selling her, but now she finds out that they were actually trying to protect her. I'm not sure about you, but I would feel really guilty too.
They sold her for drinking money. It's a contradiction. It's either a retcon or he was lying. Or it's a mess. And trying to figure out what it isn't a mess is too much. There's too many questions.
This reminds me of the scene in Rogue One where Jyn listens to the message of her father. She never wanted to hear from her father again, so when she finds out that he did all of this to save the galaxy, it breaks her. And this scene breaks Rey too. I feel really bad for Rey here, and I think Daisy really does a great job acting in this scene. Rey doesn't want to feel this pain again, but Kylo is giving her no choice.
Pain.
She says, "I don't want this." I really felt that.
I've been in your head.
I don't want this.
Search your memories.
It also shows how Rey is still really insecure about her relationship with her parents.
How can you be insecure with a relationship with dead people?
You've never had, technically.
You don't remember them aside from possibly a ship escaping the atmosphere, which you never saw them physically. How could I, like, what? Maybe the lack of parents, but not, like, there is nothing there. Like, why would, like, it's just like, you wouldn't, like, if you discovered you had a brother you never knew, you'd be like, oh, wow, how did this happen? Is this true? You wouldn't feel guilty or anything. You'd be like, oh, wow, I wish I could have spent time with, oh, yeah. It wouldn't be a gnawing emotion. It'd be like, I never knew I had a brother. Here she's finding out about her parents, and they try to protect her. And you're like, oh, that's nice. But you're not feeling guilty over it.
I think that Quentin actually did a good job. Had a decently good take where he said that this is basically ripping off Harry Potter.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Mere conversation about her parents is really cutting her to her core. Also, Rey basically lashes out at Kylo with lots of anger. Nothing that Rey has done when Kylo showed up resembles anything what a Mary Sue would do.
Wait, what? Why? How do you, what did she do?
Qualify that statement.
Oh, God. Here, Jake the Surgeon, for the love of Tonald, quit with the asinine headcanon, you salad-brained toad. Salad-brained? Not sure what that means.
I don't know.
Yeah.
It's just because Mahler uses a lot of fruit-related insults.
Oh, yeah, really?
Yeah, he's like, you turnip.
I'm going to use some
weasel.
vegetables. Okay.
Mary Sue would not still be haunted by her past, and most certainly...
Really? They wouldn't? They wouldn't have a harrowing past? I'm quite sure they would. It would never get in the way, though.
That's part of the Mary Sue. That's part of the Mary Sue description. Even bring up that she had a tragic backstory, but it doesn't bring her anything other than the excuse to wangst.
Yeah, I could read it again.
Be whiny and angsty.
We've said this before, but here it is. She has a dark and troubled past, which she deals with in two ways. Either she turns up the wangst, and thus gets lots of attention, voila, or she remains unreasonably cheerful and optimistic in spite of it and becomes a full-on Genki girl. There is no middle ground here, although she may occasionally alternate. Wow, that sounds exactly like Rey.
Yeah, why is it that every single... There was one time where somebody asked me, I think it was actually my dad asked me, like, he likes this and he just plays devil's advocate, which is really annoying sometimes. They said, like, apply all of these traits to Aragorn, and I'm like, I was just like, A, he's not the most powerful character, and like, so annoying, so infuriating.
So again, he never read anything on TV tropes or didn't care to, and now he's inventing criteria that Mary Sue would 100% never do this. You're like, oh, really? All right.
Wouldn't attack your rage and anger. After they start to fight for a bit, Rey starts to remember her last moments with her parents.
Because, of course, that's a thing she can just do. That's just, memory recall. Oh, God.
And how they loved her. This is huge for Rey because this changes everything for her. I don't blame her for being so upset. Kylo continues to tell her how Palpatine gave the order to kill her parents. And yet again, Rey manages to give up her position to Kylo and put their whole mission at stake. Granted, Kylo should have probably already been notified.
He doesn't manage to do anything. What is wrong with this man's brain?
They did just light up the hangar a few minutes ago, but anyway, after handing 3PO the dagger and Cheese Bandolier,
You're pointing out more problems.
goes to confront Kylo about why Palpatine wanted to kill her. And this is where we and Rey learn that she is the granddaughter of Emperor Palpatine. Now there's two ways you can look at this. The first way is that this was an attempt by J.J. Abrams to simply retcon The Last Jedi because he hates it.
Yes. We'll go with that one.
I want to see how this helps his argument, because I don't know where he's going with this.
Or you can story perspective why JJ would want to do this. Everything that happens
Well, maybe he's just bad at his craft. That's a possibility too, right?
Also,
What?
it could just be Chris Terrio being a complete idiot.
Yeah. So
Because
why
Chris
did
Terrio is...
why did they write it this way? He doesn't know how. That's very easy.
Yeah.
to Rey up until the point where she talks to Luke on Ahch-To is trying to show why Rey shouldn't be worthy of continuing on the Jedi legacy.
Okay, I get. That's one interpretation. Fine. I really don't care, but whatever. Not that have anything to do with his actual point of making her a Mary Sue or not, but sure.
Just like Rise of Skywalker just makes the prequels look like
Shakespeare.
so much better.
Yeah, they're amazing.
It makes them look like something excellent, like American Psycho or Nightcrawler or something like that. But it's just so bad. This movie is one of the worst written movies in the history of man. Apart from maybe The Room. The Room, that's the only movie that I can think of that is worse written than this.
Wait till we get to Neil Breen if we ever get that far in movie night. We haven't even structured our movie night for Judge Dredd, but Anyway.
Don't you mean Dredd? There's already a Judge Dredd movie with
it's just Dredd?
Sylvester Stallone.
It's 2012.
Yeah, it's just Dredd.
Oh, okay, I didn't know that.
Yep.
She's wildly insecure. She cannot control her emotions. She has a very strong dark side. She constantly makes
She has a very strong dark side? When does she have that?
Is not. That's just something that they're bringing up in this movie. She's solidly light side throughout the whole dang trilogy, and then they just randomly bring it up that she might be dark side, and they don't even have any addressing of it in terms of her characterization. She doesn't think about it. She doesn't talk about it. She talks about it once, but it doesn't. It's just she sat on a throne. We don't even see that. It's just like a line of dialogue out of nowhere because, J.J. Abrams is not smart.
I really don't see the dark side in Rey. That was a Force vision. That was about it, right? That's all that happened. How dare you? Neil Breen is amazing, and The Room is a masterpiece.
Or even the weird.
The Room is a special movie.
I've never even heard of Neil Breen before it got brought up, but I'm guessing he's pretty bad.
Oh yeah, he's up there. Anyway.
Wow. Better or worse than this?
It's simpler. I can tell you that much. A lot simpler. This is a mess. Neil Breen is just dumb and weird.
Is it worse than Transformers?
I haven't really seen the bulk of Transformers to make that statement.
Well, is it worse than Transformers Revenge of the Fallen?
I have no idea.
Okay.
Couldn't tell you. Anyway.
decisions that put her in danger, and now she's related to the man who's responsible for the death of thousands of Jedi. Everything besides her relation to Palpatine is...
So what? So if let's say you're the great-great-grandson of Hitler, right? Who cares? Like, what does that change? Nothing. It's like,
another giant problem is she has no context for Palpatine. She has no idea. Also, Palpatine is never referenced as the dude who killed the Jedi in Rey's presence. Like, they say Darth Sidious rose and wiped them out, but that's not connected with Palpatine. He's never even mentioned as Darth Sidious in this movie.
It's like, yeah, we know where she got her lightning powers from because Rey. It still makes her a Mary Sue.
behavioral, so it's something that can change over time, but her relationship to Palpatine is permanent. No matter what she does, she will always be his granddaughter. This was the worst thing Rey could have possibly heard.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, but I mean, his sins are not her sins.
Yeah, it's just like, why is that a bad thing? Like, what makes, like, again, if you're the great grandson of Hitler, so what? Like, you didn't do it. Your parents didn't do anything. Their parents didn't do anything. Like, what's the problem?
It's almost this would be a pretty good plot point, in fact, if it the trilogy had a plan of some sort.
Yeah. I don't know. Jake the Surgeon. Our Lord Breen needs a Star Wars sized budget. Oh no, he doesn't. Only then will the heretics see the light. I don't think more money and will help his ego get any smaller. I really don't. It's gonna have the opposite effect.
Her relationship with Palpatine plays perfectly into her insecurities about her being the heir to the Jedi.
Why? Why? How?
When was this stated? Please.
She's so scared about being bad because of Palpatine? Like, what?
Okay, why did that happen? How do you know this? When was this said, and who said it?
Well, it would have to have been Rey, or else we wouldn't know. And I don't think
That
she
doesn't
cares.
happen.
I really don't think she cares. It's weird. It's like, what? But other than that, it's like, whatever. It's not an
It
issue.
happens.
It doesn't stop her from doing anything.
Crap happens.
If Rey was a true Mary Sue, then this wouldn't bother her. Mary Sues are competent women.
This wouldn't bother.
No, Mary Sues are not necessarily competent women. Mary Sues are not necessarily unbothered by everything. It all depends. It's all relative to the plot and how it's handled.
Again, we said this already, but she either turns up the wangst, which is her running away, and thus gets lots of attention by Luke, or she remains unreasonably cheerful and optimistic in spite of it and becomes a full-on Genki girl. There is no middle ground, although she may occasionally alternate. Again, this is her to a T. She has a dark and troubled past. And I think there's probably a mention about parentage or whatever, but I don't care. Because I'm sure it's there.
Probably.
A competent in this case would brush this news off like it was nothing and know that she's already worthy of being a Jedi. Rey is insecure about
He's just making crap. This is so.
It's dumb and wrong.
This is semantics. The movie, like the video. I'm gonna defend everything because I think it's not the right definition of the term.
a dozen different things right now, so there is no possible way that she could be a Mary Sue.
No possible way. No possible way. It's just the very idea is it's insane. Okay.
Oh, no possible way. Bull crap.
I had to spend 2 hours trying to plug up all the holes with headcanon and things I just pulled out of nowhere. No possible way.
Here's Jake the Surgeon again. Mary Sues can't shart themselves, therefore Rey can't be one. I don't know what he's trying to say. If he did even 2 minutes of homework and say, what is a Mary Sue? He would have found TV tropes. He would have found Quora. He would have found all these sites. And, spend a few days reading about it. There's lots to read. I haven't read it all yet. There's so much.
And by the way, her talking to Kylo here again is putting her friends in danger. She knows her friends won't leave without her, so that means they have to pull off some crazy maneuver to save her, which is what ends up happening. Oh, and this is another example.
I'm not. What's your point? Like, what do you? What? So what? Their friends want to save her. So?
Here's a thought. Have a point. Makes things so much more interesting.
What is like? Yeah, there's nothing wrong with friends helping other friends, whether they're Mary Sue's or not. Like, what are you saying? She should have just flew over there? Well, she kind of did. I mean, her friends were just The friends were just waiting for her to come, and then she just flies over there. It's like, yep.
She leaps through empty space. Oh man, it's so stupid.
I mean, this is a great example of the beginning of the story where she's training and she's flying, and then here she's actually sort of, flying a bit. I guess. I mean, it's not complete flying, but that's a good thing.
Of a group of men to save Rey, even though Star Wars fans would have you think Rey is fully capable of saving herself. After Finn helped...
How did she not save herself? What did Finn do? He just sat there and waited for her. Like what was the like?
Rey escape, they are on the Falcon making some repairs, and Rey gives a little speech that is exactly like something a Sith would say. She mentions how she's going to find Palpatine and destroy him. Finn's like,
that's not what a Sith would say. A Jedi would say, I'm going to stop this Sith bad guy. Because that's what Jedi do.
Oh my gosh. The Goldman has a video saying Luke in The Last Jedi changed my life. It changed your life.
Well, it made a lot of YouTuber channels, that's changed other people's lives for sure.
Just for the worse.
Well,
it made Baller's life a lot easier. It gave him a career.
Yeah, well as others. So
It was.
It's just a weird thing to say.
The movie that launched 1,000 ships because it was so terrible.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't like. I know when you hear stories of people who watched the original trilogy, they were just completely entranced by Luke and the story and Darth Vader. Like it was their favorite thing in the world. And I have teachers I talk to who are like that. It's the biggest fandom, the biggest thing they love. So I can understand that. I can't understand people who love the prequels, and I certainly can understand people who love anything about the sequels. You can love it as like Episode 7 as a fun little romp, but the other two films, no. I just can't. Like I can't understand these people. So
I guess maybe we could just watch some Anomaly Inc. videos. He's pretty much the biggest prequel defender on the face of planet Earth.
Yeah, it's possible. We might do that, but we got 2 more minutes. We can do this. We're almost done.
Girl, this is you, which triggers Rey because she feels that nobody really knows who she is. They arrive on one of the Endor moons and they find the Death Star. Now this next part gets a lot of crap, but I think it's completely unwarranted. Rey takes out the dagger and...
Okay, this guy's an idiot.
Oh, you mean the protractor dagger? I'm just not going to address the fact that you just built a map inside of an assassination weapon for some reason.
No, I'm Mr. Goldman. You're an idiot. Come on stream. I'm going to call you an idiot. I don't care. I have never heard anyone say this is nothing wrong with this scene. I do not care who you are. This is one of the worst things I've ever seen, and I'm talking after I've analyzed Mass Effect 3's ending for a long period of my life. This is one of the dumbest things. Like the whole movie's crap. We understand it, but this is like the crowning achievement. This is like it can't get any worse than this. Is like the worst. This is as bad as it gets. This is insane.
This is insane that they ever thought that this was a good idea.
Everything about this scene, the contrivance, the idea, the design, the fact that there's even a bloody Death Star to begin with, like how somehow survived, and it's been there for 40 years or whatever. It's like, no. Just no. Rox is Uzi. I've never seen someone simp so hard for a female character. I'm sticking with my anime. At least it doesn't have the Mary Sue crap most of the time. See, the great thing about anime and manga is there's so much of it, and they're all competing against each other. and it can be made relatively cheap. Well, not relatively, but it's still hard to do. So you pick up the tropes and the patterns and of other people did, and you do a new spin. So it's the same thing. You're getting the same meal, but you're getting something slightly different. And it's that if they know how to tell drama, if they know how to tell characters right, you can appreciate any anime, any romance story, young adult fiction, whatever. It's great. That's why I can respect Japanese manga or manhwa or South Korean or Chinese manga. It's like there's skill. They've been doing it so much and so long. With this is crap. There's no value to be had. There's maybe a little bit of drama if you really want to think the actors are really good, or you don't use your brain, then great. Yeah, you can appreciate it on a surface level. But we're not here to just look at all the fancy lights and the big explosions. We're here to identify with characters. And when you have contrivances in the plot right here, where the shape of a dagger matches the outline of the horizon of the destruction of a giant death machine from 40 years ago, and somehow it's the same angle, exactly the same silhouette, it's just so many variables that your brain just goes, no, this would never have happened. This is the work of a child, worse than a child. This is the work of a crazy man.
I would much rather have a Star Wars movie written by Hannibal Lecter than
a child would not even come near this mistake. They would be like, this is like, they wouldn't even think of it. They would do something cool. They would be like, ooh, a cool dagger. Yeah, it's like a key and you open doors with it or whatever. It wouldn't be this. Anyway, let's just finish the last minute and a half and we'll call it a night, because I don't like being emotional, but
pulls something out hilt that helps her find the location of the Wayfinder. People like to point out that it's stupid that she knew how to do this and that she happened to be in the exact spot in order for this to work. For one, you don't need to be exactly where Rey is.
Yeah, you kind of do. You really kind of do.
You do, and you have to hope that no one's salvaged the parts. You have to hope that nothing has eroded or moved in all those years.
And even with that stupid protractor thing, like that just points to an area on a moon-sized wreckage. What is that, like the exact vector? She has to go through walls. It's.
I mean, if anything, that scene deserves more crap than it's gotten.
It is horrible. The level of intelligence, the anti-intel. I don't even know what to call it.
Anti-writing?
Anti-writing.
Let's go with anti-writing.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
I had to steal that from Mahler in reference to Game of Thrones Season 8, Episode 5.
Yeah? Okay.
Yeah.
Just in the general vicinity in order for the map on the dagger to work. And second,
no, if you do that, then you're not going to find where you're going. Does he understand perspective at all? This is very strange.
Secondly, 3PO literally told them that on the southern shore only this blade tells.
So what does that even mean? The southern shore of an ocean, of a landmass. Go to the south. Okay. Which kilometer? Which elevation? Which direction shall I look now? Like, what do you does the cloud cover is there a mist out? Does it have to be stormy? Do I need a light source? We have tools that do this. They're called sextants, and they measure things like that. We're using an old school technique without the proper coordinates, which would be if you don't have that, you're useless. Here's Jake the surgeon. I'm going to inhale my car exhaust now. Yeah.
That literally means that this blade will tell you where to go if you are on the southern shore.
Look at this. Look at this crazy ocean. Look at the horizon. It's just massive. It's the whole It's an ocean,
is-
sir.
This is asinine.
I
This
can't
is
tell.
so awful.
Looking at this,
This
looking
is-
at yeah, just look at the Death Star silhouette right here. That doesn't look like the dagger to me. What am I looking at?
Oh.
What is this? Is that even what she sees? Is that different than the scene we just saw? I don't know.
The guy who gave us Justice League and Batman.
You know, in the Raiders of the Lost, was it Raiders of the Lost Ark when he had that I don't know what the staff with the gemstone and the lights thing hits it. Yeah, that's an actual.
Yeah.
They have a little miniature city or whatever, and it points to a specific. It's a dumb thing because it's obviously the thing in the center, and there's not much detail. But it's like, okay, it's that building or that room. You have to look into that room. There's a secret there. It's like, okay, fine. This is like, imagine a city that collapsed upon itself, and then in this part of the rubble, good luck. Kilometers, several dozen kilometers of something. Okay, good luck. It's just ridiculous. This whole scene is an insult to film goers, to people with brains, to little children everywhere. This is not what you do. Oh, Jake, you're killing me here, buddy. Screw it. I get paid tomorrow, and you should get something.
Wow.
Yeah, that's crazy, Jake. Really, thanks a lot, man. Yeah, you should get something substantial for your pain.
Good.
Yeah, I've been rambling for the past. I know we really need to go. I'm just like, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Jake the Surgeon.
Thanks, Jake.
Wow, very generous.
Like you get into this weird mode where you're not like you're sort of stoic and you're just not pissed off. You're just sort of ranty. So I do apologize, guys. Let's keep going. Yeah, you're like, yeah, whatever.
That's the reason why everybody comes, dude.
No, they don't. They want me to be stoic and calm and make a few jokes. No. Anyway.
It's okay that this is a little goofy, but to say that it was completely lucky that Ray was able to be in the right spot is just simply not true.
No, it's contrived and asinine and just every other thing I can think of. It's just everything about this is bad. There's not one
This
redeeming
scene
thing.
is very. The scene is very indicative that they wrote this script just wanting to get it done. That's the only way you come up with a scene like this.
You know what?
We just want to get it done. Just do whatever.
When you think of like Goonies and like really cool 80s flicks that did this, it's like, oh, okay, maybe I could see where they were going with it. And the Goonies one is probably the best example. But they completely screwed it up to get to this point.
Yep.
And like it's not just, a coin that gives you a map. It's a dagger that also killed her parents, that was left in a hole she just happened to fall through, where sand doesn't follow gravity, and everyone survived when Finn was trying to say something, and then she learned how to force heal, and then she finds this dagger crap, and it happens to have a protractor, and it does all this nonsense, and you just sit there going, are you kidding me?
Like, what if he had an assassin come to America and try to take down like a very prominent senator or something. And the assassin gets captured or killed, and then his rifle has like a map built into it that shows you exactly where to go to find like the secret headquarters, like secret KGB headquarters station in America. But it's inside the gun. It's not like a map or a radio or anything like that. It's like built into the gun. It's like that silly. Why would you build a map to your base inside the weapon that you use?
In a weapon, yeah, that can get scuffed.
You remember The Godfather? Anyone remember The Godfather? In the first one, where they're teaching Michael Corleone how to assassinate two guys.
Yeah.
What's the first thing they tell him to do after he shoots the two guys? You drop the gun and leave it.
Yeah.
That way, the murder weapon is not on you. They didn't tell him to bring a gun that has a built-in map to the Corleone mansion.
Or like when in Daredevil, the guy has a gun and he puts it right under the arcade so that the police won't find it because nobody used a gun in that fight. He just killed a bunch of people with a bowling ball. Or with his hands.
So Rey didn't have any Mary Sue luck here. She knew where to go because that is where 3PO told her to go.
Okay, I'm not going to argue.
No.
This is a Mary Sue thing. I don't think it is a Mary Sue thing. I just think it's the most contrived thing I've ever seen in my existence, reading and watching film and books. And
That's a huge structure, though. That's an enormous structure. So even if she knew what direction she could go, she doesn't know the Death Star. It should take her forever to find that place, but she finds it kind of instantly.
It's one thing to have like an intact Death Star with like halls and doors and things. This is like...
How is there any life on that planet?
Not to mention the fact that isn't she looking for like this Hall of Mirrors or something? She's looking for like something that should be destroyed, and it isn't.
The hallway is
just fine.
It just happens to be level with gravity. Just open the door, everything's fine. He's like, well, okay.
Just like,
if you guys remember, I don't know if you remember, but we watched The Rise of Skywalker. The Rise of Skywalker. This is the part that I just couldn't take it. I just stopped. Anyway, 1 minute.
Video.
Yeah.
Jannah and some of the locals show up shortly after and tell them that the tides are too strong and that they need to wait until the morning.
Oh, guess what happens, folks? You all know, but it's...
Rey is annoyed because she knows that they can't wait that long, so she decides to take off on her own on one of the water skimmers.
Tell us why she's not a Mary Sue in this instant, please. Just do everything. Pull all the stops, man. Just go for it.
Justify it as BS.
This I'm actually not a big fan of either.
Oh, but you're going to forgive it at the end, right?
Yeah.
We're going to forgive it.
Not a big fan of it, but it's going to forgive it because reasons.
Rey is one thing I can mentally find a valid reason for how she could do.
I can mentally find a valid what the hell are you even saying?
Because all those swimming lessons you took in the desert. Yeah.
Let me rewind that. What the hell is... What? Oh.
Take off on her own on one of the water skimmers. Now this I'm actually not a big fan of either. Rey swimming is one thing I can mentally find a valid reason for how
I can mentally find a valid reason. Okay.
But logically.
Why did you not do your homework? I can mentally argue with you that my homework is not important in my life. I can mentally say that using words my mental brain is using right now.
I guess Leia's force training included swimming, I guess, and sailing across choppy oceans.
Going up waves that are like 5 stories tall that, are going against me. Defying gravity.
In well-written scripts, the movie would start off with her like training with sailing or something like that. It'd be a setup first, and then later this setup so that later on in the movie we can see that, oh, okay, this is where she learned how to do it. I remember Mr. Miyagi and Karate Kid, like, okay, wax on, wax off. What is this doing? How is this teaching me anything about karate? And then we get to see him fight using the wax on, wax off sort of maneuvers. Yeah, it's set up and then closure. With these movies, it's just she does awesome things with no real setup. Or none at all, really.
Well, I'm glad he specified he's mentally figuring stuff out as opposed to emotionally or psychically or, divinely with like killing pigs for their entrails or whatever. It's like, oh, yeah, okay. I'm glad you're using the right technique, the right category of technique, the brain.
I did love in Cobra Kai that there's just a moment where he just says, "Do you want me to wash them in a specific way?" And he's like, "Nope."
No, not really. Do whatever you want.
She could do, but to pilot one of these skimmers I think is a bit too much. It doesn't seem like it's the same as just flying any regular ship, so I think it's a bit unrealistic, especially given how strong
I think she's a Mary Sue.
Yeah, it sounds like something only someone who's extremely talented and gifted and lucky and just works out.
I think she's a Mary Sue. It seems like a Mary Sue to me.
And you saw the scene. She has no problems. It looks crazy. It looks like she's going to fall over, but she gets to where she has to go. It takes like 5 seconds or 10 seconds, whatever it is.
Like if Rey were in The Dark Knight Rises, she would just fix her own back and then climb up the wall out of the prison immediately. That's what this is like. Instead of failing a few times.
Jake, you know what? I know you're tired. And I'm actually feeling a little better just because I'm so awake now. Because this is the worst scene in film I've ever seen. Like it's that bad.
Wow, it's worse than the room. The room is so much worse than this.
The room has
Like,
consistently
here's a scene.
badly written stuff, and that's what makes it entertaining. This is just a mess of crap. And
This is trying to be taken seriously.
right. This is trying to be like, oh, this is a great reveal. This is like this whole culmination. Everything leads up to this, and you're like, no, I don't buy it. It's like the exact opposite effect it should have. Like a clever thing, a clever trick. No, it's the exact opposite. Everything, oh, it's a knife, it's this. It's like, no.
So this, along with understanding Wookiees and shooting down all those ties on...
Okay, so he's admitting this is the third thing in his criteria that does make her a Mary Sue. Okay? He's admitting to this.
Great so quickly are skills that Ray has that I would agree are unrealistic. Anyway...
But no. The first one he just says was the best argument for Mary Sue. The other two he forgives. Or the second one he forgives. The third one, it's unrealistic that Ray could do this.
Like every single thing that he cannot defend, he says, "Oh, we're just going to forgive it."
Let me write this down. 1 hour, 59 minutes. All right, 50 seconds. All right. All right. Good. We're like 5 seconds away.
She manages to make her way to the Death Star and begins to climb her way up. This was a neat callback to her first scene in The Force Awakens.
I agree. That is true. Yes. Climbing through wreckage. Exactly. That we can.
There is an example of how you set something up. One of the very few in this trilogy.
Yes, I know. It paid off after 2 films. She climbs through garbage. It's fantastic. That's great. And we have climbed through garbage. This entire experience has been pretty trashy, but,
Yeah.
we've gone through it. I think we can call it a night, boys. That was that was harrowing. Oh, God.
That was bad. That was bad.
Yeah.
This is really bad.
Yeah.
Imagine the bone.
That was something. But we are coming to our last part of this, part 6. Sorry, part 5. Is it part 5 or part 6? What are we? 1, 2, 3.
I think it's part
4.
6.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're in part 4 right now, so part 5 is next. So,
There it is, part 4.
Yeah. So next one, we could do it tomorrow, or we could do game night tomorrow. We could do it on the weekend. Not sure with Shiny. I'm sure Shiny's missing out, but I don't think he wants to do it because he hates it.
I'm doing a commentary. I need to catch up on some school. But I'm doing a quick commentary on the BBC Prince Caspian since it's only like an hour long.
All right. Okay. So we could schedule this for the weekend if you guys are okay with that. That's totally fine. I don't mind. We could even
Sounds
do
good
it.
to me.
We could even do it next week. It doesn't matter because only 26 minutes. I'm sure that's not going to be 26 minutes of pure argument or pure analysis. So.
Since he's going with external material as well.
Oh yeah, that's right. Okay. Well, here's a last super chat from Jake. Thank you, Jake. What a trooper. The room is consistent with the setting and the rules established. It's a contemporary setting. That's true. The Rise of Skywalker is lower than nonsense. It's the pinnacle of terrible storytelling. The room is measurably better. Yep, the setting is definitely, aside from maybe the roof. I don't know about the roof. That's kind of weird. The roof is a very weird setting. He's never sure about that roof. Anyway, probably we'll have game night tomorrow if you guys can't make it. That's totally fine. I want to thank you guys for coming in as always. LiteratureDevil, you're always great for commentary. Dunn, you're busy as hell, but thanks for doing things. I'm gonna try to make morning nonsense. Are we having? Was it anime morning nonsense? What was it?
I get that there was a guy who made a really good Metal Gear Solid video, and I invited him on, and he decided to come on tomorrow. So we're going to talk about, technically it's anime, I guess, but it's going to be Metal Gear Solid Day on Morning Nonsense tomorrow.
Ooh, that sounds fun. Okay.
With Kojima, all that stuff.
Oh God, can I survive, sir? I don't.
Should be fun. Should be fun.
Yeah, I know it sounds fun. I should be able to make it. Anyway, thank you so much, guys. This has been harrowing, but we're getting through it, and I appreciate everyone's patience. And you guys have been great. We'll talk to you real soon, and take it easy.